Welcome, dear listener, to another journey into the unglamorous corners of history where we explore the rules, customs, and laws that governed lives far removed from our own. Before we begin, I'd like to ask, where are you listening from tonight? Perhaps you're nestled in bed, the weight of blankets providing comfort that would have been unimaginable luxury to the people we'll discuss. Maybe you're in a quiet room, the darkness broken only by the soft glow of a device, surrounded by safety and security that required no vigilance, no weapons at arm's reach, no constant awareness of who might be approaching your door. Wherever you are, I hope this exploration brings you the gentle monotony that eases you towards sleep, and if you find value in these quiet investigations of historical hardship, I'd be grateful if you'd consider subscribing to continue this journey together. Tonight, we turn our attention to the Viking Age, not to the romantic tales of noble warriors and dragon ships that popular culture has painted for us, but to something far more revealing: the strange, often disturbing rules that governed Norse society, and the brutal necessities that made these rules not merely sensible but essential for survival in one of history's harshest worlds. Picture, if you will, the Scandinavian world between roughly 793 and 1066 CE, a landscape of dark forests, treacherous seas, and winters that could kill as surely as any sword. This was a world where the growing season lasted mere months, where a single failed harvest meant starvation for entire communities, where the sea offered both sustenance and death in equal measure. The people we call Vikings lived in scattered farmsteads and small settlements across what is now Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Iceland, their existence defined by scarcity, violence, and the constant negotiation between individual ambition and collective survival. When we examine their laws, preserved in medieval Icelandic texts like Gregas, and in scattered references throughout the sagas, we encounter rules that seem bizarre, cruel, or incomprehensible until we understand the context that produced them. These were not arbitrary customs or the whims of tyrants, but carefully constructed social technologies designed to manage the specific terrors of Norse life: endless blood feuds that could depopulate entire regions, resource scarcity that made every mouth to feed a potential death sentence for others, honor cultures where reputation meant the difference between protection and vulnerability, and the absence of any centralized authority that could impose order from above. The thesis we'll explore tonight is this: Viking rules weren't weird despite being effective. They were weird precisely because they had to solve problems we can barely imagine, using tools we would never choose, in a world where the cost of social disorder was measured in frozen corpses and starving children. Let us begin with perhaps the most fundamental rule of Viking society: the concept of vergild, or blood price, the legally mandated compensation that had to be paid when one person killed another. To modern sensibilities, this seems grotesque. The idea that a human life could be assigned a monetary value, and that murder could be resolved through payment rather than punishment. Yet in a world without police, without prisons, without any mechanism to enforce justice beyond what individual families could muster, vergild represented something crucial: a way to end violence before it consumed everyone. Imagine a small farming community in 9th century Norway, perhaps 20 families scattered across a valley, each household managing survival with minimal surplus, each person's labour essential to getting through the winter. When Bjorn accidentally kills Sven during a dispute over grazing rights, the traditional response would be blood vengeance, Sven's family killing Bjorn or one of his kinsmen in return. But vengeance begets counter-vengeance, and in a community of only 20 families, a blood feud could continue until half. The valley's working-age men were dead, until there weren't enough hands to bring in the harvest, until starvation finished what pride and anger had started. The smell of death in such feuds wasn't the clean scent of battle, but the slow decay of bodies retrieved too late from ambush sites, the metallic tang of blood on snow, the particular horror of recognizing a neighbor's face among the casualties. The sounds weren't glorious war cries, but the keening of widows, the confused crying of orphaned children, the terrible silence of farmsteads where no smoke rose because everyone inside was dead. Now we arrive at the dark mechanism that made Vigil necessary. The compensation was carefully calculated based on social status. A free farmer might be worth 8 marks of silver, a wealthy landowner 16 marks, a thrall nothing at all because a thrall was property, not a person. The amount had to be high enough to acknowledge the loss, to provide some measure of security for the victim's dependents, but not so high that it was impossible to pay, which would simply restart the cycle of violence. Families would often have to sell livestock, land, or treasured possessions to raise the blood price, impoverishing themselves for a generation. But this impoverishment was the point, a tangible consequence that might prevent future killings while allowing both families to survive. The humiliation of paying Vergild, of publicly admitting that your kinsman's life could be converted to silver, was itself a punishment, though one that left the offender alive to work, to contribute, to eventually rebuild. Consider the case preserved in one saga of a man named Thorstein, who killed his neighbour's son in a drunken argument, the boy barely 16 and newly married. The Vergil negotiation took weeks, the families meeting at the local assembly while the community watched, everyone knowing that if the talks failed, the valley would run red. Thorstein's family had to sell 12 of their 20 cattle, effectively guaranteeing a lean winter, and Thorstein himself had to publicly swear an oath, acknowledging his guilt and promising to abide by the settlement. The victim's father accepted the silver with tears running into his beard, everyone present understanding that he hadn't forgiven Thorstein, but had chosen survival over vengeance, chosen to let his remaining children eat rather than see them orphaned in a pointless blood feud. The next time you find yourself frustrated by insurance claims or legal settlements, by the cold calculus of putting prices on suffering, consider that these mechanisms descend from Vergild, from the desperate Viking realization that some form of transactional justice, however distasteful, was better than the alternative of endless murder. From the measured violence of Vergild, let us turn to a punishment that might seem more comprehensible at first glance, but reveals its true horror only when examined closely. Outlawry, the practice of declaring someone outside the protection of law and community. When we hear outlaw in modern contexts, we might imagine romantic bandits or rebels against unjust authority. But Viking outlawry was something entirely different. A sentence of death by exclusion, a verdict that made survival not merely difficult but effectively impossible in the Scandinavian environment. The law recognized 2 types: lesser outlawry, lasting 3 years, and full outlawry, which was permanent and absolute. To understand why this was worse than execution, we must picture the infrastructure of survival in Viking society. Picture a man named Einar, who has been declared a full outlaw for kinslaying, the worst of crimes, killing his own cousin over an insult he couldn't let pass. The assembly has voted, the law speaker has pronounced the sentence, and now Einar has a brief period to leave before every hand turns against him. He cannot shelter in any house, for anyone who feeds or aids an outlaw shares his sentence. He cannot trade for supplies, for his silver is worthless when he himself is worthless. He cannot seek help from kin, for they have already disowned him to protect themselves from the taint of his crime. The forest that might seem to offer refuge is a trap. The Viking world's forests were dark, old-growth wilderness where summer might bring some possibility of survival, but winter meant certain death. The reality of Einar's situation becomes clear in the first week. The temperature is dropping toward autumn, and he has only the clothes he fled in, a knife at his belt, and perhaps a few days' worth of dried fish stolen from his own stores before his family locked him out. The physical sensations of outlawry are immediate and merciless. The cold that seeps into bones without the shelter of a proper house, or the warmth of a fire large enough to risk. The hunger that becomes a constant companion when hunting is nearly impossible without proper weapons and every berry bush might already be claimed by someone who will kill him for trespassing. The exhaustion that comes from never sleeping deeply because any sound might be pursuers. The nights are worst. Long northern nights where darkness stretches for 16 hours and the temperature plunges, where frost forms on his beard and his fingers go numb even when he's moving, where the howling wind through the pines sounds almost like voices calling his name. Here we confront the calculated cruelty of outlawry as a legal tool. The punishment wasn't meant to be quick. It was designed to be a public example that lasted as long as the outlaw could survive, a walking demonstration of what happened when you broke the ultimate taboo. Some outlaws tried to reach Iceland or other remote settlements, hoping to start over where their crimes weren't known, but the journey itself was usually fatal, requiring passage on a ship where no captain would risk his reputation by knowingly transporting an outlaw. And Iceland itself was small enough that news of serious crime spread quickly. Others lasted a few months in the wilderness, becoming the ragged, desperate figures that frightened children and spawned stories of monsters in the woods. The archaeological record occasionally reveals their end. Bodies found in caves or crude shelters, sometimes partially preserved by the cold, showing signs of starvation, exposure, and sometimes violence from those who hunted outlaws for sport or safety. The story of one particular outlaw, Greta, became famous enough to spawn an entire saga. Greta was strong and skilled, a survivor who managed to evade capture for 19 years through a combination of strength, cunning, and the grudging help of those who admired his resilience, even as they feared the consequences of helping him. But even Greta's story ends in darkness. Betrayed, cornered on a remote island, finally killed not in battle, but while weakened by infected wounds, too exhausted to defend himself properly. The saga treats him as a tragic figure, but the reality it describes is unromantic. Years of cold, hunger, fear, and isolation that slowly eroded his humanity until he was less a person than a wounded animal, dangerous and pitiful in equal measure. When you next feel the security of knowing that society will protect you, that you can call for help and expect it to come, that your basic humanity is recognized regardless of your mistakes, remember that Viking outlawry existed because in a world without prisons or professional law enforcement, exclusion was the only tool available to handle those who shattered the social compact, and the harshness of the punishment reflected the fragility of the society imposing it. Let us now turn to perhaps the most disturbing of Viking rules, one that strikes directly at our most fundamental instincts: the practice of infant exposure, the socially accepted abandonment of newborns who could not be supported. Before we recoil completely, we must understand that this wasn't casual cruelty or the whim of heartless parents, but a systematic response to a mathematical reality that our world of abundance has allowed us to forget. Sometimes there simply wasn't enough food, and choices had to be made about who would eat and who would die. In Viking law and custom, a newborn wasn't considered fully human until it had been formally accepted into the family through a ritual that involved sprinkling the child with water and giving it a name, usually performed by the father. Until that moment, the infant existed in a legal and moral grey area where the decision to let it live or die rested with the family, primarily the father, who had to weigh whether the household could support another mouth. Imagine a farmstead in Iceland during a harsh winter. a place where the previous summer's harvest had already been mediocre and where the family's survival margin was measured in weeks of stored food. The wife has just given birth to her fourth child, this one a girl, and the infant is weak, smaller than it should be, with breathing that sounds laboured and concerning. The father, a man named Thorvald, holds the tiny bundle and makes calculations that no parent should have to make. They have food enough for perhaps 2 more months if they're careful, but spring is 3 months away, and the last winter they tried to stretch supplies that thin. His eldest son developed a cough that turned to pneumonia and took him before the ice melted. The physical reality of this decision is almost unbearable to contemplate. The infant isn't simply neglected. The exposed child is taken outside the homestead, usually placed in a remote location with perhaps a cloth wrapping but nothing more, and left for the elements or wild animals to claim. The cold of an Icelandic winter night would kill within hours, which was perhaps the mercy in a practice that contained no other mercy at all. The parents who made this choice had to live with the sounds they imagined, the brief cries that would fade quickly in the cold, the silence that followed, the knowledge that somewhere out in the darkness a life they had created was ending alone. The mother, still recovering from childbirth, her body still producing milk for an infant that no longer existed, had to somehow continue functioning, caring for her other children, maintaining the household. Some women survived this and went on to bear more children in better years. Others were broken by it, became shadows in their own homes, their eyes carrying a grief that never entirely faded. The dark economics behind infant exposure weren't limited to simple food scarcity. A child with obvious deformities, physical or mental disabilities that would prevent them from contributing to the household's work, might be exposed even in a year of relative plenty, because the long-term burden of caring for someone who couldn't help with farming, fishing or textile work would gradually drain resources from other children who could contribute. Girls were more likely to be exposed than boys because boys could fight, could raid, could bring back wealth through violence, while girls required dowries and would eventually join another household. This wasn't a universal practice. Some families kept all their children regardless of hardship, but it was common enough that the law explicitly allowed it and set clear boundaries. The decision had to be made immediately after birth, before the naming ceremony, because once the child was accepted and named, it entered the protection of kinship and could not be abandoned. The saga literature occasionally gives us glimpses of this practice's human cost. One story tells of a wealthy farmer who exposed his daughter because he wanted sons, only to have the infant secretly rescued by a tenant farmer who raised her as his own. Years later, the biological father encountered his daughter, now grown, and was struck by her resemblance to his dead wife, learning only then what his tenant had done. The saga presents this as a happy ending, but even in this optimistic tale we see the shadow. The girl grew up knowing her father had chosen to let her die, and however the saga might resolve that knowledge, we can imagine the wound it left. So the next time you encounter discussions about hard choices in resource allocation, about triage in medical emergencies, about who gets access to limited resources, remember that Viking infant exposure represented the same terrible logic carried to its most brutal conclusion. When there isn't enough for everyone, someone must decide who lives and who dies, and no amount of moral philosophy can remove the blood from that decision. From the terrible choices about who would live, we move to the rules governing those who had already been excluded from full humanity. Thralls, the enslaved people who formed the bottom tier of Viking society. The Norse legal codes contained extensive regulations about thrall ownership, treatment and status, rules that seem incomprehensible until we recognize them for what they were. Property law, not human rights law, designed to protect the owner's investment and prevent disputes between free people, while offering the thralls themselves almost nothing. A thrall in Viking society had roughly the same legal status as livestock, which meant that while there were rules about how you could treat them, these rules existed to protect the social order among free people, not to protect the thralls themselves. Picture a household in 9th century Norway, a prosperous farm with perhaps 3 or 4 thralls doing the hardest, most degrading work, hauling water from the stream, mucking out animal pens, working the fields in all weather, grinding grain for hours until their hands bled and cramped. The law was quite clear about ownership. Thralls could be bought, sold, traded, given as gifts, or killed by their owners with minimal consequence, provided the killing didn't disturb public order or offend someone more powerful. The rules that did exist around thrall treatment weren't about mercy, but about property maintenance, the same way you might have rules about not overworking a valuable horse. The daily existence of a thrall was designed around a specific kind of degradation that reinforced their status at every moment. They couldn't carry weapons ever, which in a society where free men were never unarmed meant walking through the world perpetually vulnerable, unable to defend themselves even against wild animals or casual violence from free people. They couldn't testify in legal proceedings unless under torture, the assumption being that thralls would lie to protect themselves unless pain forced truth from them. They couldn't marry in the legal sense. They could form partnerships with other thralls, but any children born from these unions belonged to the owner, not the parents, and could be separated from their mothers at any moment that suited the owner's purposes. The physical markers of thrall status were deliberate and humiliating. The law in some regions required thralls to wear their hair in a specific cut that marked their status, or to dress in particular ways that ensured everyone could identify them at a glance. Here we encounter the systematic dehumanization that made the institution sustainable. The rules about thralls weren't accidentally cruel. They were designed to create and maintain a class of people who could be worked to death without moral qualms, whose suffering was legally invisible, whose testimony was worthless, whose family bonds were non-existent in law. This wasn't a case of bad individuals being cruel within a neutral system. The system itself was constructed to enable and normalize cruelty, to make it not merely legal but socially acceptable to treat other humans as tools to be used and discarded. The dark reality appears in the archaeological record in ways that still disturb researchers. Thrall burials, when they can be identified, are typically shallow, without grave goods, often showing signs of violent death or chronic malnutrition. Some thrall graves contain multiple bodies, buried together not because they died together, but because they weren't worth individual burial effort. Skeletal analysis reveals the cost of thralldom in bone, spinal deformities from carrying heavy loads, healed fractures that had set poorly because no one bothered to treat them, teeth ground down from diets of coarse grain rejected by free people, height stunted by childhood malnutrition. Consider the case, preserved in one legal proceeding, of a thrall woman who was killed by her owner's guest during a drunken argument. The ensuing dispute wasn't about justice for the woman, but about property damage. Had the guest violated the host's rights by destroying his property without permission or compensation? The settlement eventually reached involve the guest paying the owner the replacement value of a thrall woman of similar age and capability, roughly the same as one would pay for a decent milk cow. The woman's name, if she ever had one that anyone bothered to record, is lost to history, but the silver that changed hands to compensate for her death was carefully noted in the legal record, because in Viking law, property transfer mattered in ways that human suffering did not. When you encounter modern discussions about the dehumanizing aspects of capitalism, about treating people as resources, about systems that reduce human worth to economic calculations, remember that Viking thrall law represented these dynamics in their purest, most undisguised form. Laws that explicitly stated some people weren't people at all, rules designed not to protect the vulnerable, but to protect the property interest of those who owned them. a legal framework that made cruelty efficient and systematic rather than exceptional. Now let us examine a rule that seems almost theatrical in its strangeness: holmgang, or duel law, which allowed and even encouraged settling disputes through single combat, fought under highly specific ritualistic conditions. To modern legal sensibilities, the idea that two people could resolve a property dispute or accusation of dishonor by trying to kill each other seems absurd, a rejection of everything law should represent. But in a society without professional judges or the power to compel testimony, holmgang served as both legal procedure and social theatre, a way to let conflict reach resolution when no other mechanism existed. The rules governing holmgang were remarkably detailed, preserved in various law codes and saga accounts. The combat had to take place on a defined space, typically a cloak or hide stretched on the ground, with boundaries that neither combatant could cross without losing. Each man was allowed 3 shields, and the duel proceeded in rounds. The challenger struck first, then the defender, back and forth until one man was wounded enough to concede, was killed, or stepped outside the boundaries and thus forfeited. The presence of seconds and witnesses was mandatory, and the whole affair was supposed to be conducted with a formality that seems bizarre given that the goal was to spill blood. Imagine 2 farmers, Olaf and Eric, who have been arguing for months about where the boundary between their lands actually lies, each claiming the other has been grazing cattle on his property. In a world with professional surveyors and courts, this dispute would involve documentation, expert testimony, and a judgment based on evidence. In Viking society, after weeks of escalating insults and threats, Eric finally challenges Olaf to holmgang, and now both men must prepare to fight a ritualized duel that will determine who keeps the disputed meadow and who might die for a few acres of grass. The days before the duel are filled with a particular kind of dread. Olaf, who is 45 and has fought in raids when he was younger, but hasn't held a sword seriously in 2 decades, must borrow weapons and practice strikes that his aging body no longer executes with confidence. Eric is younger, stronger, but he's also a farmer, not a warrior, and he knows that all his physical advantages mean nothing if Olaf gets lucky with a single strike. Both men visit the smith to ensure their borrowed weapons are sharp. Both make quiet arrangements about what should happen to their property if they die. Both face the very real possibility that a dispute over grazing rights will leave their children fatherless. The duel itself, when it comes, is both more and less dramatic than saga literature suggests. The physical reality of fighting with sharp weapons on a small defined space is terrifying. The very limited room to maneuver, the immediate presence of the opponent, the weight of a shield that becomes heavier with each exchange, the sweat that makes grips slippery, the way time seems to both race and crawl. When Eric's sword finally cuts into Olaf's shield arm, the pain is immediate and clarifying, and Olaf concedes not from cowardice but from the rational understanding that continuing means either death or permanent disability. The watching crowd, which has gathered because holmgang was always public, witnesses Eric's victory and the resolution of the land dispute, but they also witness Olaf's wound, which will take weeks to heal and may never heal completely, leaving him with limited use of his arm for the rest of his life. Now we confront the dark logic that made holmgang necessary despite its obvious brutality. In a society without authoritative land records, without professional surveyors or the power to compel witnesses, many disputes came down to one person's word against another's, and these disputes could escalate into feuds that destroyed families and communities. Holmgang provided a resolution mechanism that, while brutal, at least had a defined endpoint. One combat, one result, acceptance of the outcome on pain of outlawry for refusing the duel's verdict. The alternative was often a blood feud that could last generations and kill far more people than holmgang ever did. The system also protected the weak to some degree, because a challenge had to be accepted or the accused had to admit fault and pay compensation. You couldn't simply murder someone and claim it was a duel unless witnesses confirmed the proper procedures had been followed. But the system was also deeply exploitable. Holmgang champions emerged, professional fighters who would duel on behalf of others for payment, which meant that wealth could effectively buy victory in disputes by hiring someone skilled enough to defeat most opponents. Some men made careers of challenging old or weak landowners to Holmgang, knowing the targets would rather surrender property than fight, essentially using legal dueling as a form of extortion. The sagas record several cases of this abuse, and eventually the practice was restricted and then banned entirely. But for several centuries it represented the Viking answer to the question, how do you resolve disputes when you have no judges with enforcement power, no way to compel truthful testimony, and no mechanism for determining fact beyond what people are willing to swear to? So the next time you find yourself frustrated with the slow machinery of modern legal systems, with the endless procedures and appeals and documentation, remember that these tedious mechanisms replace systems like Holmgang, and while you might spend years in court, at least you won't be forced to risk your life over a property boundary. From individual violence we move to collective obligation. The Ledang system, which required every able-bodied free man to contribute to shipbuilding and maintenance, a rule that seems like simple military preparation until we understand the sophisticated social engineering it represented and the brutal consequences for those who fail to meet their obligations. In Viking society, ships weren't merely transportation or weapons of war. They were the fundamental technology that made Norse civilization possible in the harsh Scandinavian environment, enabling trade, communication, raiding, fishing, and migration across waters that were often easier to navigate than the roadless, forested interior. The Ledang law, preserved in various Scandinavian legal codes, divided coastal regions into ship districts, each responsible for building, maintaining, and crewing a specific vessel. Picture a community along the Norwegian coast, perhaps 100 households spread across several fjord valleys, all bound together by their obligation to provide one fully equipped longship for the king's service when called upon. The logistics of this obligation were staggering. A proper longship required perhaps 60 oaks for the hull, hundreds of hours of skilled carpentry to shape the planks using only hand tools, iron rivets that had to be forged from bog ore, wool for the massive sail that could take months to weave, ropes made from twisted animal hair or plant fibres, and oars carved and shaped to precise specifications. Each household was responsible for providing labour, materials, or both according to their resources, with wealthy landowners required to provide more than poor farmers, but everyone owing something. The social mechanisms that enforced this collective obligation were subtle and powerful. A family that failed to meet its Ledang duty faced shame, social exclusion, and potentially legal penalties, including fines or even outlawry for persistent refusal. But beyond formal punishment, there was the practical reality that these communities depended on collective action for survival, and someone who wouldn't contribute to shipbuilding in peacetime couldn't be trusted in the far more desperate cooperations required during famine or attack. The failure to contribute marked you as unreliable, selfish, outside the network of mutual obligation that made survival possible, and in a society without any safety net beyond community support, this exclusion could be a death sentence. Consider the immense labour involved in maintaining a ship district's vessel. The longship had to be hauled out of the water each fall and stored under cover to prevent the wood from rotting, a task requiring the coordinated effort of dozens of men pulling on ropes and positioning rollers, work that was back-breaking and dangerous. Each spring the ship had to be inspected for rot, loose rivets, and damaged planks, all repaired before the vessel was seaworthy again. The sail needed constant maintenance, patching and retarring to maintain waterproofing. Ropes frayed and had to be replaced. All of this work was unpaid, done as obligation to the community and the king, taking men away from their farms during crucial periods of planting or harvest. But the work had to be done because a ship district without a functioning ship lost political influence, trading opportunities, and the ability to respond to threats. Here we encounter the military logic that underpinned Leidang, but also its transformation into something more comprehensive. Originally, the system existed to ensure that kings could raise naval forces quickly when needed, calling up ships from each district to assemble a fleet for defensive or offensive purposes. But over time, the ships and the obligations they represented became fundamental to regional identity and autonomy. A ship district that maintained its vessel well and had skilled, experienced crew gained respect and political voice in larger assemblies. Communities competed to have the finest ships, not from vanity, but because maritime capability directly translated to survival. Better ships meant safer fishing, more successful trading voyages, and the ability to launch retaliatory raids against those who attacked your settlements. The dark cost of the Leidang system appears when we consider what happened to those who couldn't or wouldn't meet their obligations. The law codes specify punishments for failing to provide required materials or labour, ranging from fines calculated in value of livestock to outlawry for repeated offences. But the real punishment was often more subtle. A household that couldn't contribute to shipbuilding was usually already struggling, and the additional burden of fines or social exclusion could push them over the edge into complete destitution. Some families were forced to sell land to meet their obligations, reducing their long-term viability. Others sent sons to work as crew on trading voyages or raids, essentially selling their labour in advance to raise the resources needed for the Leidang duty, sometimes never seeing those sons again when ships were lost to storms or violence. One particular record from medieval Norway describes a district where a series of bad harvests left most households unable to meet their shipbuilding obligations, and rather than face collective punishment, the entire community pooled what resources they had to build a smaller, less capable vessel than required. The king's inspectors rejected the ship as inadequate, and the district faced massive fines that drove several families into debt bondage, essentially becoming thralls to wealthier neighbours who paid their fines in exchange for years of labour. The community's ship district was reassigned, merged with a more prosperous region, and the area lost its political representation at assemblies for a generation. When you next encounter discussions about collective action problems, about free riders and public goods, about the challenges of getting communities to cooperate for common benefit, remember the Leidang system, a rule that solved the coordination problem through a combination of legal obligation, social pressure, and the credible threat of exclusion, but at a cost measured in families destroyed by obligations they couldn't meet and communities fractured by the unequal burdens of collective survival. Let us now examine the rules governing marriage and divorce in Viking society. Regulations that seem almost progressive in their allowance of female-initiated divorce, until we understand the property-based logic that drove them and the limited options available to women even within this relatively flexible system. Viking marriage law, preserved in the Icelandic Gragas and referenced throughout saga literature, allowed women to divorce their husbands for specific reasons: persistent physical abuse, poverty, male impotence, or if the husband insisted the wife dress in masculine clothing, which was considered a grave insult to feminine honour. A woman could simply declare before witnesses that she was divorcing her husband, specify the cause, and the marriage was legally dissolved, with her dowry and bride price returned to her family. This seems remarkably egalitarian for the medieval period, almost modern in its recognition of female agency, until we examine the context that made these rules necessary and the brutal realities they were designed to manage. Imagine a woman named Gudrun, married at 16 to a man named Hakon, who seemed prosperous but turned out to be a poor manager of his farm, gradually sliding toward debt through a combination of bad luck and worse decisions. After 5 years of marriage and 2 children, Gudrun realizes that staying with Hakon means watching her children starve as the farm's production declines, the livestock dwindles, and creditors begin circling. Under Viking law, she can divorce Hakon for poverty, claiming her dowry back and returning to her father's household, taking her children with her if she can convince her father to accept the additional mouths to feed. The decision isn't about love or happiness. It's about resource management and survival, a calculated choice to cut losses before the whole household collapses. The process of divorce itself reveals the property-based nature of these rules. Gudrun must announce her divorce at the door of their home, and again before witnesses at the local assembly, making the dissolution public so that everyone knows Hakon no longer has rights to her labour or property. Her father must be willing and able to accept her back, return her dowry, and provide for her and potentially her children, which isn't always guaranteed, especially if her father's household is struggling, or if he's died and been replaced by brothers who resent the additional burden. If Gudrun's family can't or won't take her back, her options become much more limited. She might find another man willing to marry a divorcee with children, trading her labour and childbearing capacity for security, or she might become economically dependent on her ex-husband despite the divorce, continuing to work on the farm as essentially unpaid labour, because the alternative is destitution. The allowance for divorce in cases of male impotence reveals another dimension of Viking marriage as fundamentally about reproduction and alliance building rather than companionship. If a husband couldn't produce children, the marriage failed in its primary economic purpose, which was to create the next generation of workers and warriors who would support both households in their old age. The law allowed women to divorce impotent husbands and seek new marriages where children were possible, but this relief was available only to women whose families could afford to take them back and arrange new marriages. For poor women, even this escape route might be closed. Similarly, the rule about refusing to let wives wear masculine clothing, which seems oddly specific, reflects the deep importance of gender presentation in Viking honor culture. Forcing a woman to dress as a man was an insult that questioned her husband's ability to fulfill his role as provider and protector, suggesting he needed his wife to do masculine work because he was inadequate. Now we confront the limits of this apparent flexibility. While women could initiate divorce, they couldn't control what happened next. Their fate depended entirely on whether their birth families would accept them back and whether they could find new marriages. A divorced woman with no family support and no prospects for remarriage faced bleak options. She might become a dependent in another household, essentially a servant in exchange for bare subsistence. Or she might be forced into prostitution, which existed in Viking society, though the law barely acknowledged it. The sagas occasionally mention women who were loose or went among men, euphemisms for women who sold sexual access because they had no other means of survival. And while these women weren't legally thralls, their practical status was often little better. The children of divorced parents face their own uncertainties. In theory, children belong to the father's household and should remain there after divorce. But in practice, many women took their children, especially if the children were young and nursing. This created complex situations where children might be raised by their mother's family, supported by her new husband if she remarried, but with the biological father potentially retaining legal rights and the ability to reclaim them later if his situation improved. Some children were split between households, older boys staying with their father to learn farming or fighting, younger children and girls going with their mother, creating fractured family structures that could lead to conflicts down the line when inheritance questions arose. One saga preserves the story of a woman named Halgerd, who divorced 3 successive husbands. the first for slapping her, the second for poverty, the third for reasons that aren't entirely clear but seem related to his violent temper. Each divorce required her father and then her brothers to accept her back, return her property, and resettle her, which they did, but the saga makes clear that by the third divorce, her family's patience was wearing thin, and her options were narrowing even as her legal rights remained theoretically intact. Hallgerd's story is told as one of a difficult, strong-willed woman, but reading between the lines, we see someone trying to navigate survival in a system that gave her limited tools and required family support that wasn't infinite. When you encounter modern debates about marriage as a contract versus a sacrament, about the rights of partners to exit relationships, about the economic dimensions of divorce, remember that Viking marriage law was ruthlessly clear about what marriage was for: creating alliances, managing property, producing children, and ensuring that resources were allocated to serve these goals, with personal happiness or compatibility barely considered, except where they interfered with the fundamental purposes the institution served. From the rules governing marriage, let us turn to the related but distinct regulations around inheritance, particularly the strong preference for male heirs that seems like simple patriarchal bias, until we understand the military logic that drove it and the catastrophic consequences for families without sons. Viking inheritance law, as preserved in various regional codes, generally prioritized sons over daughters, brothers over sisters, with property passing down the male line whenever possible. Daughters could inherit if there were no sons, but their inheritance rights were secondary, and in many regions the property they inherited came with restrictions. They might hold it in trust for future male heirs rather than owning it outright, or they might lose control of it upon marriage as their husbands assumed management. This seems like straightforward gender discrimination, and it was, but the discrimination wasn't arbitrary. It was systematically designed to ensure that property remained attached to military capability in a society where survival often depended on the ability to field armed men. Picture a prosperous farm in 10th century Denmark, worked by a family with 2 daughters and no sons. When the father dies, the inheritance law gives the property to his daughters, but the practical effect is often very different from what gender-neutral inheritance might suggest. The daughters cannot personally fulfill the military obligations that come with the land, providing warriors for defensive levies, contributing to shipbuilding through the ladang system, maintaining readiness to respond to raids or invasions. Unless the daughters marry men capable of fulfilling these obligations, the property effectively becomes a burden to the community, a farm that can't contribute its share to collective defense. And this creates pressure on the daughters to marry quickly, marry strategically, and in effect transfer their inheritance to husbands who can turn the land's productivity into military service. The mathematical reality behind male inheritance preference was brutal and simple. In a world where violence was constant, survival required a surplus of young men ready to fight, and this requirement shaped everything about social organisation, including who got to own productive resources. A farm needed to produce food, certainly, but it also needed to produce warriors, and while women's labour was essential to the farm's functioning, their bodies couldn't serve the same military purpose that men's could. The law reflects this calculation. Resources should flow to those who can directly convert them into military power, because a household rich in grain but poor in armed men was a household waiting to be robbed or conquered by neighbours with opposite priorities. Consider the case, preserved in one Icelandic saga, of a wealthy farmer with 3 daughters and no sons, who tried to protect his daughter's inheritance by arranging marriages to skilled warriors and explicitly writing provisions that the daughters should retain control of the property even after marriage. His wishes were legally recognised, but within a generation, the practical reality asserted itself. The sons-in-law who managed the farms and led the household's armed men became the de facto owners regardless of legal technicalities, and when the daughters died, their sons inherited through the male line anyway, the property having effectively transferred to their father's lineages despite the grandfather's intentions. The inheritance system also created perverse incentives around children's value and survival. A household with only daughters might welcome the birth of sons to other families in their kinship network, seeing these boys as potential heirs who could be adopted or brought in through strategic marriages. But they might also view their own daughters with an ambivalence that modern sensibilities find disturbing. These girls were essential for forming marriage alliances and maintaining the household in the short term, but they represented a long-term problem if no sons materialized, a transfer of wealth out of the male lineage when they married and took their dowries with them. This wasn't universal. Many families loved their daughters deeply and mourned the lack of sons without resenting the daughters they had. But the structural pressure was real, and it showed up in practices like preferentially feeding sons when food was scarce, or investing more in sons' training and equipment, while daughters were prepared primarily for their roles as wives and mothers. Now we encounter the tragic situation of families with only daughters facing external threats. When raids came, when disputes escalated to violence, when the community needed to field warriors, these households were at a severe disadvantage. They might hire warriors, effectively paying men to fulfill military obligations, which drained resources and put them in debt. They might depend on male relatives from other branches of the family, which created dependency relationships and often led to those relatives gradually assuming control of the property. Or they might simply fail, unable to protect themselves or their property, absorbed by more militarily capable neighbours through some combination of coercion, strategic marriage, or outright violence. The law didn't protect against this absorption. In many ways, the law facilitated it by ensuring that property eventually ended up in the hands of those who could defend it. One particularly dark aspect of the male inheritance preference appears in the treatment of illegitimate sons versus legitimate daughters. In many cases, a man's illegitimate son by a thrall or concubine could inherit before his legitimate daughters, because the son could fight and the daughters couldn't, and the law prioritized military capability over the niceties of marital legitimacy. This created situations where a man's own daughters could be effectively disinherited in favor of half-brothers born to enslaved mothers, legal recognition that martial utility mattered more than kinship, closeness, or maternal status. The saga literature occasionally presents this as creating family strife, but the law was clear. Better to have an illegitimate son who can defend the farm than legitimate daughters who can't, however much this might pain the daughters or their mothers. When you next encounter discussions about inheritance law, about primogeniture and entailment, about gender discrimination in property rights, remember that Viking male inheritance preference wasn't just cultural bias or tradition for its own sake. It was a systematic attempt to solve the problem of linking productive resources to military capability in a world where violence was ubiquitous, and survival depended on the ability to credibly threaten violence in return. And while we can condemn the gender discrimination inherent in this system, we should also recognize the brutal strategic logic that made it seem not merely acceptable, but necessary to the people living under these conditions. Let us now examine the laws governing food storage and redistribution during famine, rules that require those with surplus to share with those facing starvation, a practice that seems admirably communal until we understand the coercive mechanisms behind it and the resentments it generated even as it prevented mass death. The Norse legal codes contained explicit provisions about famine relief, requiring wealthy landowners to provide grain or other food to neighbours in desperate circumstances, with the expectation that the debt would be repaid when harvests improved, or, if that proved impossible, that it would be remembered as an obligation creating future reciprocity. This wasn't charity in the modern sense. It was enforced mutual insurance, a recognition that letting your neighbours starve today meant having no neighbours to help you tomorrow when your own circumstances shifted. Picture a particularly harsh winter in 11th century Iceland, where a volcanic eruption the previous summer had dimmed the sun and ruined harvests across the island. By midwinter, perhaps a third of households have exhausted their stored food, and people are beginning to die from starvation and cold combined. The law requires those with surplus, primarily a few wealthy farmers whose storage pits still contain grain and dried fish, to distribute food to those in need. But this distribution isn't simple generosity. It's a complex calculation of social capital, future obligation, and present resentment. The wealthy farmer named Thorgrim, who has food enough for his own household, plus some surplus, must decide which neighbours to help and how much to give, knowing that every handful of grain he distributes is food taken from his own family's mouths, and might mean the difference in his own survival if the famine extends into spring. The physical process of famine sharing was carefully regulated to prevent either hoarding or exploitation. The law specified that those seeking food relief had to formally request it, often before witnesses at local assemblies, making the request public and thus creating social pressure on the wealthy to respond, but also creating a record of the debt incurred. The amounts given were supposed to be sufficient for survival but not comfort, enough to prevent death, but not enough to discourage people from seeking other solutions or from rationing carefully. The grain or dried fish was distributed in regular small amounts rather than large one-time gifts, ensuring that recipients remained dependent and grateful throughout the famine, rather than receiving enough to ignore their benefactors. This created a power dynamic where the wealthy controlled not just resources but social status and political influence, using famine relief as a tool to build networks of obligated clients. Now we arrive at the dark psychology of enforced sharing. The resentment wasn't limited to the wealthy who were forced to diminish their own security. It extended to those receiving help, who had to endure the humiliation of public dependence, the constant awareness that they owed debts they might never fully repay, the knowledge that their survival came at the cost of their autonomy. Families that accepted famine relief often became bound to their benefactors in ways that lasted generations. Sons serving as labourers on their father's creditor's farm, daughters marrying into the creditor's household in arrangements that looked like ordinary matches, but everyone understood as debt settlement, land gradually transferred to satisfy obligations that had grown too large to repay in labour or kind. The law tried to regulate these relationships, specifying that famine debts shouldn't exceed certain limits, and that they should be forgiven after a certain number of years or amount of service. But in practice, the power imbalance often meant that the wealthy could extend and reinterpret obligations in their favour. Consider one case from the sagas of a prosperous farmer who distributed food during a 3-year famine, keeping careful records of every household he helped and exactly what they owed. When the harvests finally returned to normal, he called in these debts systematically, and those who couldn't repay in grain or livestock had to offer labour, land, or marriage alliances. Over a decade, he transformed famine relief into a mechanism for consolidating land ownership and political power, not through conquest or fraud, but through the perfectly legal operation of the debt system that famine law created. His neighbours couldn't accuse him of wrongdoing because he had, after all, saved their lives when they were starving. But they also couldn't escape the fact that he had profited enormously from their desperation, using the law's requirement to share as a tool for building an empire of obligation. The most disturbing aspect of famine law appears when we consider those who had nothing to share, and thus fell outside the reciprocity network entirely. The very poor, those who survived each year with minimal surplus, couldn't participate in the mutual insurance system, because they had nothing to give in good years and thus no claim on help in bad ones. When famine came, these households starved first, and the law offered them no protection because they had never contributed to the system that now excluded them. Some of these families were forced into debt bondage, becoming thralls to wealthier neighbours in exchange for food, trading their freedom and their children's freedom for immediate survival. Others simply died quietly, their bodies found when spring came and neighbours checked on homesteads that had shown no smoke for weeks, the law having determined implicitly that their deaths were the price of a system that saved those with enough resources to participate in reciprocal obligation. One particular account describes a widow with young children who had no stored food and no claim on any wealthy neighbour's surplus because her husband had died before establishing the reciprocal relationships that might have protected them. She appealed to the local assembly for help, and while some farmers gave small amounts from pity, it wasn't enough, and the law didn't compel more because she had nothing to offer in return. Her children survived by accepting positions as thralls in different households, essentially sold into bondage to prevent starvation, and the widow herself died before spring, the community's collective judgment being that saving her wouldn't have created any future benefit to offset the present cost. When you encounter modern debates about social safety nets, about the obligations of the wealthy to support the poor, about the difference between charity and entitlement, remember that Viking famine law tried to create a middle ground. Not pure charity that came without expectation of return, but not pure market logic either. Rather an enforced reciprocity that saved lives, but also created dependencies and resentments that shaped social structure for generations. And remember too that even this imperfect system excluded those too poor to ever participate, leaving them to starve while the law looked away. From famine obligations we move to another form of compulsory generosity. The laws governing guest rights and hospitality, which required households to shelter and feed travellers, creating a network of safe passage across the Viking world, but also imposing crushing burdens on those whose homes happened to lie on commonly travelled routes. The concept of guest rights, preserved in both law codes and saga literature, held that any traveller could claim hospitality for a limited period, typically 3 nights, and the householder was legally obligated to provide shelter, food, and basic courtesy, regardless of the inconvenience or cost. This wasn't optional. Refusing hospitality to a traveller who had done you no wrong was a serious offence that could result in social ostracism and legal penalties, because in a world where travel was dangerous and inns were non-existent, the alternative to universal hospitality was dead travellers frozen in snowdrifts or starved on remote paths. Imagine a farmstead in Norway located near a mountain pass that connected 2 fjord valleys, a route that saw regular traffic from traders, travellers to assemblies, and people visiting distant relatives. The household, led by a farmer named Bjorn and his wife Sigrid, might host travellers dozens of times each year, each visit requiring them to provide meals, sleeping space, and fodder for the travellers' horses. During good years, this was manageable, even advantageous, because travellers brought news, could be sources of trade goods, and the hospitality created reciprocal obligations that Bjorn's family could call upon when they travelled. But during hard years, when the household's own food stores were marginal, when every mouth to feed strained their resources, the legal obligation to host travellers became a nightmare of anxiety and resentment. The physical burden of hospitality was substantial and gendered in ways that made it fall particularly hard on women. When travellers arrived, it was primarily the wife's responsibility to prepare food, often having to stretch meals intended for the family to cover unexpected guests, to find bedding and ensure the guests had adequate warmth, to maintain the social courtesies that honour demanded even when exhausted by the additional work. Sigrid might be grinding grain from their dwindling stores to make bread for guests, when she knew her own children would have smaller portions at the next meal, might be serving the last of the salted fish or dried meat to strangers while calculating how many weeks of winter remained, might be smiling and offering courteous conversation when what she wanted was to bar the door and protect what little her family had. The law required this performance, and failing to provide it with good grace could damage the household's reputation and lead to accusations of stinginess or lack of proper honour. Now we encounter the mechanisms that made guest rights both necessary and exploitable. The 3-night limit was designed to prevent abuse, ensuring that hospitality didn't become permanent residence. But this limit was somewhat flexible in practice. A traveller delayed by weather might legitimately stay longer, and refusing to extend hospitality during a blizzard would be seen as essentially murdering the traveller. Some visitors exploited this, timing their travels to arrive just before storms they knew were coming, effectively forcing their hosts to shelter them for weeks. The saga literature contains several stories of unwelcome guests who overstayed, consuming resources and creating tension, with hosts unable to directly demand their departure without violating honour codes but growing increasingly desperate as their stores depleted. The law tried to balance these competing interests, but the power dynamics usually favoured the guest, who could claim the protection of hospitality law, over the host, who couldn't refuse without severe social consequences. Consider the case of a poor household that sat near a major assembly site, which meant that twice a year, during the spring and autumn assemblies, they faced waves of travellers all expecting hospitality. For a few weeks each season, this household might be feeding and housing a rotating cast of strangers, the work and expense far exceeding what they could afford. Some households in this position eventually abandoned their farms, moving to less convenient locations where they wouldn't face such constant demands. But this meant giving up land that might otherwise be valuable. Others tried to meet the obligations but were gradually impoverished by them, selling livestock or land to afford the hospitality they were legally required to provide, trapped in a downward spiral where their declining resources made each new guest a greater burden. The law offered no relief for this situation because to exempt certain households from hospitality obligations would break the universal network that made safe travel possible. The darker side of guest rights appears in the complex rules about guest behaviour and host revenge. A guest who violated hospitality by stealing, assaulting household members, or showing disrespect could be legally killed by the host, but only if the violation was clear and public. This created situations where hosts who suspected guests of theft or other wrongs but lacked proof were powerless, forced to continue providing hospitality to people they believed were robbing them. The legal standard for justifiable killing of a guest was deliberately high to prevent hosts from murdering inconvenient guests and claiming they had violated hospitality. But this protection for guests meant that actual violations were sometimes difficult to address. The sagas preserve several cases of guests who abused hospitality knowing that their host couldn't act without clear proof, creating a dynamic where the guest-host relationship became a battle of wills with each side testing the limits of law and honour. One particularly tragic story tells of a widow who was required by law to provide hospitality to travellers despite living alone with young children. A group of men claimed guest rights and stayed the maximum 3 nights, during which time they consumed a substantial portion of her winter stores. She suspected they had also stolen some of her husband's weapons from where they were stored, valuable items she needed to trade for food supplies, but she had no proof, and confronting armed men while alone with children would have been suicidal. After they left, she discovered the theft confirmed but had no recourse because the guests were long gone and she didn't know their names or where they came from. Her household barely survived the winter, and the next year she remarried partly out of necessity, needing a man's protection against future exploitation of her required hospitality. When you encounter modern discussions about obligations to strangers, about the balance between compassion and self-protection, about the costs of maintaining social safety nets, remember that Viking guest rights represented an early attempt to create universal obligations that benefited everyone in theory, but fell unevenly in practice, crushing those whose circumstances made them particularly vulnerable to exploitation, while creating a system that did allow travel and connection in a world where isolation meant death. The law choosing to distribute the burden of hospitality across everyone rather than leave travellers to die, but not accounting for the reality that some households bore far more than their share and had no escape from obligations that slowly destroyed them. Let us now turn to the intricate laws governing livestock and grazing rights, regulations that seem almost bureaucratic in their detail, until we recognise them as attempts to prevent the constant warfare that could erupt over animals wandering across unfenced wilderness where property boundaries were vague and every cow represented substantial wealth. In the Viking world, where land was abundant but cleared, productive farmland was scarce, and where animals were left to graze in forests and on hillsides for much of the year, the question of whose cow was eating whose grass could escalate to lethal violence with terrifying speed. The law codes, particularly the Norwegian and Icelandic compilations, contain extensive provisions about what happens when animals stray, who's responsible for damage done by wandering livestock, and how disputes over grazing rights should be resolved before they became blood feuds. Picture a valley in Iceland where perhaps a dozen farms are scattered across the usable land, each household running cattle, sheep, and horses that graze on the common land surrounding the settled areas. The law requires that each farmer mark his animals with specific ear notches or brands, creating a system of identification that allows strays to be returned to their rightful owners. But the system only works if everyone participates honestly, and when a valuable cow appears in Gunnar's pasture with no clear marking, the question of ownership becomes fraught with potential conflict. Is this a stray from a neighbour's herd that wandered in, which Gunnar is required to return? Or is it a wild cow descended from animals that escaped domestication generations ago, which Gunnar can legitimately claim as his own? The distinction matters enormously, because a good milk cow might represent a year's worth of dairy products, and in a subsistence economy, this isn't a minor loss. The legal mechanisms for resolving livestock disputes reveal the careful balancing act between communal cooperation and individual property rights. If Gunnar claims the unmarked cow as his own, and his neighbour Thorolf insists it's a stray from his herd, the law provides a procedure. Witnesses must testify about the cow's presence in each herd. Expert judgment might be sought about whether the cow's colouring or behaviour matches Thorolf's other cattle. And if the dispute can't be resolved through testimony, it might come down to oaths, with each man swearing to the truth of his claim and risking not just legal penalties but divine punishment if he lies. The system worked because everyone understood that false oaths about property attracted both social disgrace and supernatural retribution. But it only worked as long as everyone believed in these consequences, and it failed entirely when dealing with people who had nothing to lose or who were desperate enough to risk divine anger. Now we encounter the seasonal conflicts that the grazing laws tried to manage. During summer, when pastures were relatively abundant, animals could spread across the landscape with minimal conflict. But as autumn approached and farmers needed to gather their animals for winter, the question of which animals had been grazing where became critical. A sheep that had spent the summer fattening on another farmer's cleared land represented a theft of resources. The grass that sheep ate should have gone to that farmer's own animals. The law required compensation for this grazing trespass, calculated based on how long the animal had been present and how much pasture it had consumed. But determining these facts required either constant surveillance, which was impractical, or accepting rough estimates that left room for dispute. The result was an annual negotiation season where farmers argued over compensation for strayed animals, most disputes settled amicably, because everyone needed these relationships to continue, but some escalating when pride or genuine hardship made compromise impossible. Consider the particular problem of stallions, which the law treated with special concern because an uncontrolled stallion could impregnate mares belonging to other farmers, effectively stealing breeding rights and potentially degrading the quality of another man's herd if the stallion was inferior. The law required that stallions be controlled, either kept in fenced areas or gelded if they couldn't be supervised, and a stallion that impregnated another farmer's mare without permission created a legal obligation to compensate for the violation. But enforcement was nearly impossible in practice. By the time a pregnancy was obvious, the stallion's owner could claim ignorance of the mating, and proving which stallion was responsible in areas where multiple farmers kept intact males was often impossible. This led to preventive violence. Farmers sometimes killed stallions that wandered onto their land, claiming self-defense of their breeding program. And while this was legally questionable, the practical difficulty of punishing it meant that many stallion owners learned through dead animals that their neighbours' tolerance had limits. The darker reality of grazing law appears when we examine its interaction with poverty and desperation. A poor farmer whose animals were few and precious might watch a neighbour's larger herd grazing in areas he considered his territory, but lack the social capital or legal resources to challenge a wealthier neighbour. The law theoretically protected everyone's grazing rights equally, but the practical ability to enforce those rights depended on status, wealth, and the ability to bring witnesses and support to legal disputes. A poor farmer challenging a wealthy neighbour's grazing practices might technically win the legal argument, but lose everything else when the wealthy neighbour responded with social pressure, strategic alliances, and the casual violence that law couldn't entirely prevent. Some poor farmers simply accepted that their grazing rights existed in theory, but not in practice, watching their meagre pastures consumed by their betters' animals and saying nothing because speaking up meant escalation they couldn't afford. One saga preserves a case of a farmer whose sheep were repeatedly killed by his neighbour's dogs, animals that the neighbour claimed were protecting his own flock from predators, but that the farmer believed were being deliberately used to eliminate competition for grazing land. The law required compensation for killed sheep, but proving that the dogs had acted at their owner's direction rather than on their own initiative was impossible, and the compensation offered was always slightly less than the sheep's value. This slow bleed of resources that gradually forced the poorer farmer to reduce his herd, sell land, and eventually become a tenant on property he had once owned. The law had been followed scrupulously throughout, every killing documented and compensated, every dispute brought before proper witnesses, but the result was still a transfer of wealth from weak to strong, the legal system not preventing oppression, but providing a framework that made oppression orderly and documented. When you next encounter discussions about property rights and common resources, about the tragedy of the commons and the need for clear boundaries, about the ways legal systems can be used to legitimize theft, remember that Viking grazing law represented a sophisticated attempt to manage shared resources in a world without fences or clear boundaries, creating rules that worked well when everyone acted in good faith, but that could be exploited ruthlessly by those willing to use legal procedures as weapons. And remember too that the law's insistence on compensation and procedure, while preventing some violence, also created opportunities for wealth extraction that were invisible to casual observers who saw only proper legal process and missed the systematic dispossession happening within legal forms. From disputes over livestock, we turn to the laws governing vengeance and feud limitation, rules that attempted to channel the inevitable cycles of retribution into manageable forms rather than prevent them entirely, an acknowledgement that Viking society lacked the power to stop violence but could perhaps regulate its expression. The legal codes contain detailed provisions about legitimate versus illegitimate revenge, about the time limits within which vengeance must be taken or forever abandoned, about which family members could be targeted in retaliation, and which were protected, creating a complex framework that sounds almost civilized until we understand that it existed not to prevent killing, but to make killing predictable and containable. Imagine a scenario where a man named Knut has been killed by Eric during a dispute over a fishing spot, the killing clearly witnessed and not disputed as to facts. Knut's family now faces a choice governed by law and custom. They can accept Vergild, blood money that compensates for the loss but leaves Eirik alive, or they can pursue vengeance, killing Eric or one of his male kinsmen in retaliation. The law doesn't forbid vengeance. Instead, it regulates it, specifying that revenge must be taken within a year, that it must target Eric himself or his adult male relatives of comparable status, and that it must be proportional, meaning one death for one death rather than massacring Eric's entire family. These rules attempt to make feud violence predictable, to limit its scope and duration, to ensure that it doesn't spiral into the kind of total warfare that could depopulate entire regions. The physics and psychology of legitimate vengeance are carefully calibrated to serve social order even while permitting violence. The requirement that revenge be taken within a year prevents feuds from lying dormant for generations, ensuring that if Knut's family hasn't acted within 12 months, they've implicitly accepted that they won't act at all, allowing Eric to gradually emerge from the constant vigilance and fear that immediate post-killing survival demands. The specification that revenge must be proportional prevents escalation, ensuring that a single death doesn't become an excuse for eliminating an entire lineage. The rule that revenge must target appropriate victims prevents the kind of dishonourable killing of women, children, or distant relatives that would outrage the community and potentially unite everyone against the vengeful family. These rules don't make vengeance moral, but they make it comprehensible, allowing everyone to understand the stakes and plan accordingly. Now we encounter the mechanisms that supposedly prevented eternal cycles of revenge. The law recognised that if revenge always demanded counter-revenge in an infinite loop, eventually everyone would be dead, so it built in stopping points. After one cycle of vengeance and counter-vengeance, typically after each side had lost one person, the law's presumption shifted toward requiring Wergild settlement rather than continued killing. Communities would pressure feuding families to accept arbitration, to agree to blood prices that ended the cycle, to swallow their pride and choose survival over honour. This pressure could be intense. The local assembly might threaten both families with fines or outlawry if they refused to settle. Neighbours might refuse to trade or cooperate with families that insisted on continuing destructive feuds. The social cost of being seen as unreasonably violent could exceed the benefit of revenge. But this system only worked when both families were relatively equal in power and had something to lose. When one family was much stronger, or when poverty made social ostracism meaningless, the feud limitation rules often failed to prevent continued violence. Consider a specific case preserved in saga literature of a feud between two prominent Icelandic families that followed the legal rules perfectly and still resulted in 12 deaths over 7 years. Each killing was carefully calibrated to be legal, appropriate targets, proper proportionality, vengeance taken within the allowed time frame, but the law's permission of controlled violence meant that families could use legal revenge as cover for strategic elimination of rivals, claiming honour and legitimate vengeance while actually pursuing what amounted to a war of extermination conducted within legal bounds. The community watched this feud unfold according to all the proper rules and was powerless to stop it because each individual act of violence was technically lawful, even as the cumulative effect was catastrophic for both families and the entire region. The arbitrators who tried to broker settlements were rebuffed with citations of legal rights to revenge, and the feud only ended when both families had lost so many men that they could no longer function as independent households, and had to accept absorption into other lineages. The most disturbing aspect of feud law appears in its treatment of accidental involvement. If Knut's brother, seeking revenge on Erik, instead encounters Erik's cousin visiting from another region and kills him, believing him to be Erik, the law treats this as legitimate vengeance if the mistake was reasonable, meaning the cousin's death satisfies the blood debt and prevents further revenge, but also means that someone entirely uninvolved in the original dispute has died for resembling the actual target. The law prioritizes ending feuds over ensuring that the right person pays the price, a calculation that seems monstrously unjust to the accidentally killed, but that reflects the legal system's overriding concern with preventing feuds from expanding indefinitely. Similarly, a man travelling with someone who becomes a target for revenge might be killed alongside him if he refuses to step aside, the law treating his decision to stand with a friend as acceptance of shared fate, which practically meant that everyone travelling in Viking society had to be constantly aware of who might have enemies and whether associating with them put you in danger. One particularly grim account describes a young man named Harold who was killed while travelling with his uncle, the actual target of revenge. Harold had no involvement in the dispute that led to the vengeance, but when the Avengers encountered the uncle and demanded Harold step aside, Harold refused out of loyalty and was killed alongside his uncle. The law treated both deaths as legitimate revenge for the same original killing, meaning Harold's family couldn't pursue vengeance for his death without starting a new feud unrelated to the first, which they chose not to do because they understood Harold had technically chosen his fate by refusing to abandon his uncle. The legal logic was clear and ruthless. The system prioritized feud containment over individual justice, and Harold's death, however, tragic, served the purpose of preventing additional cycles of violence by clearly settling the outstanding debt. When you encounter modern debates about cycles of violence, about proportional response and just revenge, about the difference between legal permission and moral justification, remember that Viking feud law tried to have it both ways, acknowledging that revenge was inevitable and even honourable, while trying to contain its destructive potential through rules that made violence predictable and limited, a compromise that sometimes prevented total warfare, but also created a framework where systematic elimination of rivals could proceed under legal protection, where accidents and misidentifications could result in legally sanctioned deaths of innocence, where the law's primary concern wasn't justice in any modern sense, but simply the prevention of violence so total that it threatened social existence itself. Let us examine the laws requiring attendance at assemblies, obligations that seem like participatory democracy, until we understand the coercive mechanisms ensuring participation and the brutal consequences for those who failed to attend these gatherings where law was made, disputes were settled, and social order was maintained. The thing, or assembly, was central to Norse legal culture, the gathering place where free men met to hear law codes recited, to witness legal proceedings, to vote on important matters, and to maintain the social connections that made cooperation possible. The law didn't merely permit attendance, it required it, specifying that free men who failed to attend without legitimate excuse could face fines, social censure, and in extreme cases outlawry. The reasoning being that a legal system based on community consensus couldn't function if people simply stayed home. Picture a farmer named Thorstein living on a remote farmstead in Iceland, perhaps 2 days' journey from the local assembly site. Several times per year, the law requires him to make this journey, leaving his farm unattended or in the care of family members, spending days travelling there and back, plus however long the assembly lasts, all during seasons when agricultural work is pressing and every day of labour matters for survival. The obligation isn't optional, and failure to attend without demonstrable cause, serious illness, impassable weather, or emergency on the farm, marks Thorstein as someone who doesn't contribute to the community's legal life, someone who wants the protection of law without accepting its burdens. The first time he misses an assembly, perhaps there are understanding nods. Farms are demanding, circumstances arise. The second time, the questions become pointed. Does Thorstein think himself above community obligations? The third time, formal consequences begin, and Thorstein finds that the same community whose gatherings he skipped is now much less interested in helping him when he needs it. The assembly itself was a grueling affair, particularly for those who travelled far to attend. The gatherings could last days or even weeks, during which attendees were expected to remain and participate, listening to law recitals that could take hours, witnessing dispute proceedings that might be tedious and irrelevant to their own interests, voting on matters that didn't directly affect them. There were no hotels, no restaurants. Attendees had to arrange their own shelter, either camping in tents or claiming hospitality from those who lived nearer the assembly site, and had to provide their own food or rely on whatever could be traded or purchased from vendors who appeared during these gatherings. The physical discomfort was substantial. Imagine standing in cold rain listening to legal disputes about property boundaries in a distant part of the island, your feet numb and your stomach growling, knowing that back home your crops need attention and your livestock need care, but unable to leave without violating your legal obligation to remain for the assembly's duration. Now we arrive at the darker purposes served by mandatory assembly attendance. The gatherings weren't primarily about democracy or giving everyone a voice. They were about social control, about ensuring that everyone remained visible to the community, that outlaws and criminals couldn't simply disappear into remote areas, that families in feud couldn't avoid facing each other and being pressured towards settlement. The assembly was where power was displayed and negotiated, where wealthy farmers brought large retinues of armed men to demonstrate their influence, where alliances were formed and broken, where those without social capital were reminded of their weakness when important decisions were made without consulting them despite their technical right to participate. The requirement that free men attend meant that no one could opt out of this system of ranking and judgment, that everyone had to periodically present themselves and their households for community inspection and evaluation. Consider the situation of a poor farmer who barely maintained free status, perhaps owning a tiny plot and surviving through a combination of farming and wage labour for wealthier neighbours. The assembly requirement meant days of a lost labour, which for a prosperous farmer was an inconvenience, but for him represented a significant portion of his productive capacity for the year. He might arrive at the assembly in worn clothing, without the weapons and horse that marked free status among those more secure, visibly poorer in a gathering designed to display and reinforce social hierarchies. The law required his presence but offered him no protection from the humiliation of being obviously the poorest man there, and it offered him no real voice because votes and decisions were dominated by those with social capital and armed followers. His attendance served primarily to legitimize decisions made by his betters, allowing the wealthy to claim that all free men had participated when in reality the poor man's participation consisted of standing silently while others decided matters that affected him. The enforcement mechanisms for assembly attendance reveal the system's coercive nature. Local officials, often appointed by regional authorities or elected by the assembly itself, were responsible for tracking attendance and reporting those who failed to appear. These officials had incentive to be thorough because their own status depended on demonstrating diligence, and they maintained lists of who attended and who didn't, creating a bureaucratic record of participation that could be used to identify and punish non-attendance. The punishments escalated. First fines, calculated in value of livestock that the poor could least afford to pay, then social sanctions, exclusion from communal activities and support networks. Finally, outlawry for persistent refusal. the ultimate penalty that transformed absence from assemblies into a status that made survival nearly impossible. One particularly troubling case involved a man named Orm who lived in such a remote location that attending assemblies required a journey so difficult that he often arrived after proceedings had begun and had to leave early to return home before winter. Weather made travel impossible. The assembly officials noted his pattern of late arrival and early departure as evidence of disrespect for legal obligations, and despite Orm's explanations about the difficulty of travel from his location, he was fined multiple times for incomplete attendance. Eventually, unable to pay the accumulated fines, Orm had to sell his remote farm and move closer to the assembly site, exchanging independence for legal compliance, his story serving as a warning to others that the law's requirements would be enforced regardless of individual hardship or the practical difficulties of compliance. The physical violence that sometimes erupted at assemblies reveals another dimension of the mandatory attendance rule, bringing together families in active feuds, men with grievances, people whose honour had been questioned, all in one place with weapons at hand, created situations where violence was almost inevitable. The law tried to protect the assembly's sanctity, declaring that violence committed at the thing was particularly serious and merited harsh penalties. But this protection was imperfect, and the sagas record numerous cases of killings at assemblies, revenge taken when the target was finally accessible, feuds escalating because forced proximity prevented avoidance. Mandatory attendance meant that you couldn't simply stay away from enemies. You had to face them, had to endure their presence and their provocations, and the law's insistence on assembly peace was backed by penalties that deterred some violence but not all. When you encounter modern debates about civic duty and political participation, about the obligations of citizenship and the legitimacy of withdrawing from political life, remember that Viking assembly law represented the most coercive version of mandatory participation, a system that required attendance on pain of outlawry, that used physical presence as a mechanism of control, that created situations where participation was mandatory, but influence was distributed according to existing power structures, where the poor had to witness decisions affecting them, but couldn't meaningfully influence those decisions, and where the law's demand for universal presence served primarily to ensure that no one could escape the social hierarchies and power dynamics that the assembly existed to maintain and display. From assembly obligations, we turn to maritime law, specifically the rules governing shipwreck salvage and rescue, regulations that reveal the tension between the moral imperative to save drowning sailors and the economic opportunity presented by valuable cargo washing ashore. The Norse legal codes contain detailed provisions about what happens when ships founder, who has rights to the cargo, and what obligations coastal residents have to assist survivors, creating a framework that tried to incentivize rescue, while acknowledging that storm-tossed goods represented windfalls that poor coastal communities desperately wanted to claim. The law generally held that cargo from wrecked ships belonged to the ship's owner or his heirs, if the owner could be identified. But this principle was perpetually in tension with the practical reality that coastal farmers who risked their lives pulling goods from surf had strong incentive to claim salvage rights, and weak incentive to search diligently for owners who might be dead or impossible to locate. Picture a winter storm battering the Norwegian coast, a merchant ship driven onto rocks and breaking apart in heavy seas, cargo spilling into the water while the crew struggles to reach shore. The nearest farmstead is perhaps a mile from the wreck site, and the family living there hears the ship's destruction, but faces a choice: venture out in dangerous conditions to attempt rescue, knowing that helping survivors creates legal obligations to return any cargo recovered, or wait until morning when the survivors will likely be dead, but the cargo can be claimed with fewer complications. The law requires them to help, specifying that failure to assist shipwreck victims when assistance is possible is a serious offence. but the law is difficult to enforce when the only witnesses are the victims themselves, who may not survive to testify, and when possible assistance is a matter of subjective judgment about weather conditions and personal safety. The farmer named Einar who hears the shipwreck might genuinely believe that venturing out in the storm would be suicidal, or he might be exaggerating the danger to justify waiting, and the law struggles to distinguish between these cases. The salvage process itself was governed by complex rules designed to balance the salvager's labour and risk against the owner's property rights. If Einar does venture out and manages to pull cargo from the water or the beach, he's entitled to a salvage fee, typically calculated as a percentage of the cargo's value, but he's required to announce his salvage publicly, to store the goods securely, and to make reasonable efforts to locate the owner or heirs. The law specifies that concealing salvaged goods or failing to announce them is theft, punishable as seriously as any other form of property crime. But enforcement depended entirely on the salvager's honesty, because unless someone witnessed the salvage, Einar could easily claim he found less than he actually did, keeping the most valuable items for himself while publicly declaring only the bulkier, less portable goods. The temptation was enormous, particularly for poor coastal residents whose own resources were marginal and who might find in a single shipwreck more wealth than they'd have accumulated in years of hard farming. Now we confront the grim calculations that made maritime law necessary but difficult to enforce. The most valuable time to salvage cargo was immediately after the wreck while goods were still floating, or before tide and weather scattered them beyond recovery. But this was also when survivors were most in need of rescue, creating a direct conflict between saving lives and saving property. The law prioritised rescue, stating clearly that salvagers should help survivors first and recover cargo second. But the practical enforcement of this priority was nearly impossible when the evidence was survivors' testimony against salvagers' denials, when the chaos of storm conditions made it impossible to prove what happened when, and when communities often closed ranks to protect their own against outsiders' accusations. Some salvagers may have genuinely prioritised rescue, risking their lives to pull sailors from the water before securing cargo, but others almost certainly made different calculations, and the law couldn't reliably distinguish between them after the fact. Consider the case of a wealthy merchant ship that wrecked on the Icelandic coast, carrying trade goods worth perhaps 20 years of a typical farm's production. The coastal residents who salvaged the wreck announced finding some cargo, primarily bulky items like timber and barrels of tar, but the ship's manifest, carried by a survivor who made it to shore, indicated there should also have been silver, fine cloth, and other easily portable valuables. The survivor accused the salvagers of theft, claiming they had deliberately delayed rescuing the crew while securing the most valuable cargo for themselves. But the salvagers insisted they had found only what they declared, suggesting that the rest was lost to the sea, or the survivor's memory was faulty after his ordeal. The dispute went to the assembly, where it became a matter of the survivor's word against multiple coastal residents who supported each other's accounts, and the legal system struggled to resolve competing testimonies with no physical evidence beyond what the salvagers chose to present. The maritime law's treatment of dead bodies reveals another disturbing dimension of shipwreck response. The law required that bodies recovered from wrecks receive proper burial, and it specified that valuables found on the bodies should be returned to heirs if identifiable. But in practice, many coastal communities viewed shipwreck victims' personal possessions as part of the salvage, stripping bodies of jewellery, weapons, and clothing before burial, or even leaving bodies unburied if recovering them was difficult and no one was watching. The law against this desecration existed, but enforcement required witnesses willing to testify against their neighbours, and in tight-knit coastal communities where everyone depended on everyone else, such testimony was rare. The result was that shipwreck victims often disappeared into unmarked graves stripped of anything valuable, their deaths unrecorded and their possessions absorbed into the coastal economy as if they had never existed. One saga account describes a Norwegian chieftain whose son was lost in a shipwreck. The body eventually recovered from a coastal farmstead months later, buried in a shallow grave and stripped of all identifying possessions, including an arm ring that marked him as the chieftain's heir. The chieftain's investigation revealed that coastal residents had found the body, recognised it was someone wealthy based on the jewellery, and made the calculated decision to strip and bury it quietly, rather than announce the finding and lose claim to the valuables. The chieftain pursued legal action and eventually won compensation, but only because he had resources to conduct the investigation and power to compel testimony. A less powerful family would have simply lost their son to the sea with no accounting and no justice. The complexity of maritime law also extended to situations where ships were damaged but not destroyed, creating ambiguous situations about whether salvage rules applied or whether the ship's crew retained full control of their vessel and cargo. A ship driven ashore but intact might be claimed by coastal residents as a wreck if the crew had abandoned it, but the crew might argue they had intended to return when conditions improved, leading to disputes about when a ship was truly abandoned versus temporarily unmanned. These disputes could escalate to violence, with crew members returning to find their ship being systematically stripped by locals who claimed salvage rights, leading to confrontations where each side believed the law supported them and neither side had clear proof of their interpretation. When you reflect on modern debates about finders-keepers versus property rights, about the obligations to rescue versus the temptations of salvage, about the difficulties of enforcing laws when violations happen in remote locations with no witnesses, remember that Viking maritime law tried to create a system that made coastal residents into rescuers and honest salvagers, but struggled with the fundamental problem that the law's requirements ran contrary to immediate economic incentives, that enforcement depended on honesty that couldn't be verified, and that the result was a system that sometimes produced heroic rescues and careful property preservation, but also sometimes produced deliberate delays in rescue, systematic theft from the dead, and communities that viewed shipwrecks not as tragedies requiring assistance, but as opportunities for profit that the law's weak enforcement made relatively safe to exploit. Let us now examine the winter quarter laws, regulations that required farms to take in travellers who became stranded during the darkest, coldest months, a practice that seems humanitarian until we understand the crushing financial burden it imposed and the resentments it generated between hosts desperate to conserve resources and guests who had nowhere else to go. In the Viking world, winter travel was extraordinarily dangerous, but it was also sometimes necessary. Traders caught far from home when the weather turned, people returning from assemblies or visits who miscalculated travel times, workers who had hired themselves out for summer labour and needed to return home before snow made the journey impossible. The law recognised that these travellers couldn't simply be left to freeze in snowdrifts, so it created the winter quarter system, requiring farmsteads to provide shelter and food to stranded travellers from roughly October through April, with the costs to be paid by the travellers if they had resources, or by their families if they could be located, but often simply absorbed by the hosting household if payment proved impossible. Imagine a moderately prosperous farm in Iceland, managed by a couple named Hallgerd and Thorfinn, who have planned their winter provisions carefully, calculating exactly how much dried fish, grain, and preserved meat they need to get their household of 8 people through to spring. In late October, 3 travellers appear, caught by an early snowstorm while trying to reach the coast, asking for winter quarters because continuing their journey would be fatal, and they have no other shelter within reach. The law is clear. Hallgerd and Thorfinn must take them in, but this means recalculating the entire winter's food supply, stretching provisions meant for 8 across 11 mouths, rationing everything more carefully, hoping that the winter is mild enough that they can supplement with fishing, or that the travellers have some resources to contribute. The travellers have a bit of silver, enough to pay for perhaps a month's food, but winter will last 4 months or more, and when that silver runs out, the obligation continues. The daily reality of hosting winter quarters was a study in forced cohabitation and careful resource management. The extra people meant the longhouse was more crowded, privacy was reduced, tensions over small irritations were magnified by forced proximity, and every meal became an exercise in fair division, where the hosts watched guests eat food that might be needed later, and the guests felt the weight of charity that came with constant awareness of being burdens. Halgerd might serve smaller portions to everyone, claiming she's not hungry when actually she's reserving food for her own children, a sacrifice that breeds resentment when the guests don't notice or don't acknowledge it. Thorfinn might send the guests to do the hardest outdoor work, hauling water and firewood in brutal cold, telling himself it's fair compensation for their food, but also knowing he's extracting labour to offset costs. The law says he can't refuse to bear. The guests, meanwhile, exist in a liminal state. Not family, not servants, not truly guests in any voluntary sense, but something else. Dependents whose presence is resented even as the law demands their acceptance. Now we arrive at the economic calculations that made winter quarter laws both necessary and deeply problematic. In a good year, with adequate harvests and healthy livestock, a farm could absorb a few extra mouths with relative ease, the cost being more an inconvenience than a genuine hardship. But most years weren't good years, and the law made no exception for farms that were barely getting by themselves. A household struggling to feed its own members still had to accept winter quarters if travellers appeared, creating situations where the hosting increased everyone's risk of starvation. The law tried to address this through payment requirements and provisions for seeking reimbursement from the travellers' families, but these mechanisms worked only when families could be located and had resources to pay, and enforcement was difficult when travel was impossible and communication was slow. Many hosts ended up absorbing costs they could ill afford, gradually depleting their resources to meet legal obligations to strangers. Consider a particularly harsh scenario where a poor farm, barely maintaining free status, is required to host winter quarters for a group of travellers whose ship was damaged too late in the season to repair and sail. The travellers, perhaps 6 of them, are not wealthy, but have some resources, enough to contribute to their keep, but not enough to fully pay for 4 months of food and shelter. The farm family, already operating on minimal margins, faces a choice: refuse the winter quarters and violate the law, risking fines they definitely can't afford and social censure that might destroy their remaining status, or accept the travellers and risk actual starvation as stretched resources prove insufficient. They choose to comply with the law, taking in the travellers and beginning a slow downward spiral where everyone eats less than they should, where children stop growing properly, where adults lose strength and become more vulnerable to cold and disease, where the gradual malnutrition of winter becomes genuinely life-threatening rather than merely uncomfortable. Some members of the household don't survive to spring, dying of illnesses they might have resisted if properly fed. But the law has been followed, the travellers have been housed, and the farm family receives neither compensation nor recognition for their sacrifice beyond the abstract knowledge that they've met their legal obligations. The darker possibilities of winter quarter abuse appear when we consider travellers who might deliberately strand themselves at prosperous farms, timing their travels to arrive just as winter makes continuation impossible, knowing that the law will compel wealthy households to house them through the lean months. Some travellers might genuinely be caught by circumstances, but others recognised that winter quarters at a rich farm meant better food and shelter than they'd have in their own homes, and the law's mandatory nature meant hosts couldn't refuse even travellers they suspected of deliberate opportunism. The saga literature occasionally hints at this, mentioning travellers whose judgment seemed suspiciously poor, who appeared at farmsteads just before storms that any experienced traveller should have anticipated, who claimed destinations that made no sense for the season, but who couldn't be refused because the law didn't distinguish between genuine misfortune and calculated exploitation. One detailed account describes a group of itinerant workers who made a practice of hiring themselves out for summer labour far from their homes, then deliberately timing their return journeys to place them at wealthy farms when winter weather struck, knowing they'd be housed and fed through the winter at someone else's expense before completing their journey in spring. The farms affected complained to assemblies about this pattern, but the law offered no recourse because each individual instance looked like legitimate need for winter quarters, and proving deliberate exploitation was impossible without evidence of intent that travellers would never admit. The pattern continued, with the same workers returning year after year, legally extorting winter housing from farms that couldn't refuse without breaking the law. The winter quarter system also created vulnerability for women managing farms while husbands were absent. A woman alone, or with only young children, had the same legal obligation to provide winter quarters but lacked the physical security that male presence provided, creating situations where she might have to house men she didn't know and couldn't control, in quarters where rape or violence could occur with minimal chance of punishment, since the only witnesses would be household members against travellers who would be gone come spring. The law theoretically protected women in these situations, making violence against a host a serious crime, but practical enforcement was nearly impossible, and some women in this position tried to avoid the obligation by claiming poverty or a lack of resources, risking legal penalties because the alternative was worse. When you encounter modern discussions about obligations to migrants and refugees, about the balance between humanitarian duty and resource limits, about the tension between law's requirements and practical capacity, remember that Viking winter quarter law represented an early attempt to mandate hospitality in life or death situations, creating obligations that saved lives when enforced but also destroyed households that couldn't bear the burdens, that opened opportunities for exploitation by those willing to game the system, and that imposed costs unequally, protecting the vulnerable travellers while creating new vulnerabilities for hosts, who had no choice but to accept strangers into their homes and watch their carefully hoarded resources consumed by obligations that law demanded but couldn't make sustainable. From individual household obligations, we turn to collective labour requirements, examining the laws that mandated participation in communal projects like road maintenance, bridge building, and harbour clearing, work that benefited everyone in theory but fell unevenly in practice, with the poor providing labour while the rich provided oversight and claimed credit for completion. The Norse legal codes contain detailed provisions about communal work obligations, specifying how many days of labour each household owed based on land ownership, what penalties applied for non-participation, and how projects should be organised and supervised. This wasn't voluntary cooperation, but legally mandated contribution to infrastructure that the society needed, but no individual household could build alone, creating a system that solved collective action problems through coercion rather than persuasion. Picture a coastal region where the harbour is gradually filled with silt and storm debris, making it difficult for ships to enter safely and threatening the community's access to fishing grounds and trade routes. The regional assembly votes to clear the harbour, and the law immediately activates. Every farm in the district must contribute labour based on a formula that considers land size, household capacity, and distance from the harbour. For a prosperous farmer named Niall, this means sending his thralls or hiring day labourers to represent his household's obligation, perhaps 5 days of work that he can afford without personal discomfort. For a poor farmer named Egil, who works his land alone with his wife and one adult son, it means 5 days when he himself must leave his farm to wade in cold water hauling rock and silt. 5 days when his own fields go untended, 5 days he can't afford but must give because the law demands it, and refusing means fines that would be even more costly. The physical reality of communal labour projects was harsh and often dangerous. Harbour clearing meant working in water that was numbingly cold even in summer, moving heavy rocks and timbers, risking injury from shifting materials or submerged debris. Road building through rocky terrain required breaking stone with hand tools, hauling fill material, constructing drainage systems, all work that was back-breaking and resulted in smashed fingers, strained backs, and exhaustion that could take weeks to recover from. The projects typically happened during seasons when farm work was less intensive, but less intensive didn't mean free time. It meant time that should have been spent on maintenance, preparation for winter, or the 100 other tasks that subsistence farming required. Taking men away from their farms for communal projects meant that these essential tasks went undone, or fell to women and children who were already burdened with their own work. Now, we encounter the power dynamics that made communal labour a mechanism for reinforcing social hierarchies rather than equalising them. The projects were typically overseen by wealthy farmers or regional officials who did little actual labour, but controlled the organisation, decided what work was acceptable, and had authority to demand extra effort from those whose contributions they judged insufficient. Egil might spend his 5 days hauling rocks in the harbour, his back screaming and his hands raw, while Niall shows up occasionally to inspect progress and offer suggestions, his own labour obligation fulfilled through thralls who do the actual work while Njal claims credit for his household participation. The law treated these contributions as equal. Both households met their obligations, but the experience was anything but equal, and the communal labour system effectively transferred time and physical effort from the poor to projects that often benefited the wealthy most directly. Consider the specific case of bridge building, a common communal project in regions where streams and rivers made travel difficult. The law might specify that all farms within a certain distance of a proposed bridge site must contribute to its construction and maintenance, the labour divided according to assessed property values. A bridge might take months to complete, requiring intermittent contributions of labour spread across multiple seasons, and the law required that those who contributed maintain records proving their participation, creating a bureaucratic layer where literacy and documentation skills mattered. Poor farmers who couldn't read or write had to rely on the word of project supervisors that their contributions had been properly recorded, creating opportunities for corruption where labour might not be credited, requiring extra days to make up for contributions that were actually completed but not officially recognised. The long-term maintenance requirements were particularly burdensome. A bridge built through communal labour didn't just require initial construction, it needed ongoing maintenance, and the law specified that the same communities that built it had to maintain it in perpetuity with regular inspections and mandatory repair sessions. A bridge built when Egil was a young man became his obligation for life, with annual or biannual requirements to contribute to maintenance, repairs after floods or storms, eventual replacement of major components as they rotted or wore out. The obligation passed to his heirs, creating multi-generational burdens tied to the land. Farms near bridges or roads built through communal labour faced extra burdens because they were expected to provide more maintenance labour due to proximity, creating situations where location became a disadvantage, and some farms closest to major infrastructure were gradually impoverished by constant mandatory labour contributions that didn't affect more distant properties. The enforcement mechanisms for communal labour were thorough and harsh. Local officials tracked participation, maintained records of who contributed and who didn't, and reported non-participants to assemblies where fines were assessed. The fines were calculated to be painful. Missing a day of communal labour might result in a fine worth several days of labour value, ensuring that non-participation was more costly than participation, even for those who could theoretically afford to pay. Repeated refusal led to escalating penalties culminating in outlawry, the standard Viking answer to persistent law-breaking. But the system's harshness fell unevenly. A wealthy farmer could more easily absorb occasional fines if emergencies prevented participation, while a poor farmer who missed mandatory labour due to illness or crisis faced fines that might force sale of livestock or land, the punishment creating cascading consequences that the original non-participation didn't warrant. One saga account describes a poor farmer who missed required road maintenance because his wife was giving birth to a difficult labour that required his presence, a legitimate emergency by any reasonable standard. But the law made no exception for personal emergencies, and he was fined the standard penalty for non-participation. Unable to pay the fine, he had to borrow from a wealthier neighbour, putting himself in debt that took years to repay through additional labour, essentially paying twice for the same missed obligation. Once through the labour, he eventually contributed to make up the missed days, and again through the debt labour he owed to cover the fine. His story circulated as a warning that communal labour obligations were absolute, that personal circumstances provided no protection, and that poverty made every legal obligation more dangerous because the penalties for non-compliance could trigger spirals of debt and dependency that were nearly impossible to escape. The communal labour system also created opportunities for using infrastructure projects as punishment or control mechanisms. A regional power holder who wanted to pressure a rival or discipline a community that had offended him might propose ambitious projects in that area. Projects that would require substantial labour contributions, but whose benefits were questionable or primarily served the power holder's interests. The law required participation once the Assembly approved the project, so by controlling votes at the Assembly, the powerful could essentially levy extra labour on those they wanted to burden. The mechanism was legally clean, just another communal project approved through proper procedures, but the effect was targeted extraction of labour as punishment or demonstration of power, with those forced to contribute having no recourse because every procedural requirement had been met. When you encounter modern debates about infrastructure funding, about the fairness of taxation that falls differently on rich and poor, about the use of regulation to burden disfavoured groups, remember that Viking communal labour law represented an early attempt to solve collective action problems through mandatory participation, creating infrastructure that served genuine needs, but also creating mechanisms through which existing inequalities were reinforced and even amplified, where the poor contributed their bodies and the rich contributed their property's assessed value, where enforcement was strict but unequal in impact, and where a system designed to benefit everyone became yet another way that those with power could extract labour from those without it, while claiming to serve the common good. Let us examine the laws governing reputation and insult, rules that seem absurdly concerned with verbal slights, until we understand that in a society where honour determined whether people would trade with you, fight beside you, or let you starve, words could destroy lives as surely as weapons, making insult a matter for law rather than personal resilience. The Viking legal codes contain remarkably detailed provisions about what constitutes actionable insult, what compensation is owed for various forms of defamation, and what revenge is legitimate when someone's honour has been questioned, creating a framework that recognised that social standing was a form of property that law should protect, even though it existed only in collective perception. The most serious insults were those that questioned a man's courage or sexual role, particularly accusations of ergy, a term encompassing both cowardice and playing a passive sexual role, an insult so severe that the law explicitly permitted the insulted party to kill the insulter without legal consequence if the insult was made publicly and without evidence. Picture two farmers, Sigurd and Bjorn, who have been quarrelling over a minor property dispute, the kind of conflict that normally would be settled through negotiation or small compensation. But during an argument at the local assembly, Bjorn, frustrated and angry, shouts that Sigurd is ergi, specifically claiming that Sigurd allowed himself to be used sexually by another man, an accusation that strikes at the absolute core of male honour in Viking society. The moment the words leave Bjorn's mouth, the legal situation transforms. If Sigurd doesn't respond with violence, he effectively confirms the accusation through his passivity. But if he kills Bjorn right there at the assembly, the law will treat it as justifiable homicide provoked by the ultimate insult, an exception to the general rule protecting assembly peace. Sigurd draws his sword and strikes Bjorn down before witnesses, and the assembly must determine whether the killing was justified, which requires examining exactly what words were said, whether they constituted the specific form of insult that permits violent response, and whether Sigurd's reaction was immediate or delayed in ways that might make it premeditated murder rather than provoke defense of honor. The psychological and social mechanisms behind honor-based insult law reveal how completely reputation governed life in Viking society. A man known to have accepted accusations of ergi without response became effectively worthless. No one would marry their daughters to him. No one would trust him to uphold his end of agreements. No one would want him as an ally in feuds or raids, because his presence suggested weakness and unreliability. The economic consequences could be devastating. Trading partners might refuse to deal with him, fearing that contracts with a dishonoured person wouldn't be respected by the community. Creditors might call in debts immediately, worried that a dishonoured person's property might soon be claimed by those with more social capital, and neighbours might begin encroaching on his land, calculating that someone without honour can't effectively defend their property through law or violence. The law's protection of honour through provisions for violent response wasn't about protecting feelings. It was about protecting the social capital that made economic survival possible. Now we arrive at the complex rules about what insults required, what responses and what compensations satisfied honour without requiring blood. Lesser insults, such as calling someone a thief or a liar without the sexual dimension of ergi, could be addressed through the legal system with compensation payments scaled according to the severity of the insult and the status of the parties. The amount wasn't trivial. Seriously damaging someone's reputation through false accusation might require compensation equivalent to vigil for killing them, the law recognizing that destroyed reputation could be as harmful as physical death. But here the system created perverse incentives. Wealthy people could insult poorer neighbours knowing that even if the insults were proven false and compensation was required, they could afford to pay, while poor people had to be much more careful, because an insult they couldn't afford to defend in law might require violent response which carried its own risks. Consider a specific scenario where a wealthy farmer publicly claims that his poor neighbour has been stealing his sheep, a serious accusation that damages the poor man's reputation and could lead to outlawry if proven. The poor farmer, knowing he's innocent, but also knowing he lacks the social capital to effectively defend himself in legal proceedings, faces terrible choices. Ignore the accusation and let his reputation be destroyed. Try to pursue legal remedy, but risk losing because the wealthy farmer can bring more witnesses and better legal representation, or respond with violence, which is risky against a wealthy opponent with armed retainers, but at least demonstrates that he won't accept dishonour passively. The law theoretically protects him by requiring the wealthy farmer to prove the theft accusation or pay compensation for false defamation. But the practical ability to access that legal protection depends on resources the poor farmer doesn't have, making the law's honour protections effectively available primarily to those who already have status to defend. The gender dimension of honour and insult law reveals another layer of complexity. For women, the most serious insults related to sexual promiscuity or unfaithfulness, accusations that could destroy marriage prospects or provide grounds for divorce. A woman accused of adultery faced ruin regardless of truth. If the accusation became widely believed, and while the law provided mechanisms for defending against false accusations, the burden of proof often fell on the accused to demonstrate innocence rather than on the accuser to prove guilt. The law recognized that a woman's honor was primarily sexual, while a man's honor was primarily martial, creating different standards that reflected and reinforced gender roles. A woman couldn't respond to insult with violence the way a man could. Her recourse was purely legal, requiring male relatives to pursue her case, which meant that women without powerful male supporters had little practical protection against defamation. One detailed account from the sagas tells of a woman named Refna, who was publicly accused of adultery by a neighbour woman in a dispute over weaving quality. The accusation was almost certainly false, motivated by jealousy and spite, but it spread through the community and damaged Refna's reputation severely. Her husband, who believed her innocent, pursued legal action against the accuser, but the process required time, witnesses, and expenses he could barely afford. By the time the case reached judgment and the accuser was found to have lied, ordered to pay compensation and publicly apologize, the damage was done. Refna's reputation never fully recovered. Some people always believed there must have been some truth to the accusation, and her daughter's marriage prospects were reduced because families feared allying with a woman whose mother's sexual honor had been publicly questioned, regardless of the legal vindication. The enforcement of honor law created an entire ecosystem of legal specialists and procedural complexity. Because insult cases could be literally life or death matters, parties invested heavily in legal representation, in gathering witnesses who could testify about exactly what words were said, and in what context, in understanding the fine distinctions between insults that justified killing and insults that merely required compensation. The law speakers and legal experts who emerged to navigate this complexity gained significant power, their services becoming essential for anyone involved in serious honor disputes, which created a professional class whose existence depended on the continuation and elaboration of complex honor laws. Some scholars suggest that the honor law's complexity was partially driven by these specialists' interest in maintaining a system that required their expertise, though proving this is impossible given the sources we have. When you encounter modern debates about free speech and its limits, about the distinction between words and violence, about whether offensive speech deserves legal protection or should be punished, remember that Viking honor law represented a society's attempt to manage the reality that in certain social contexts, words can destroy as surely as weapons, that reputation is a form of property that has economic value worth protecting, but also remember that the protection was deeply unequal, more available to the powerful than the powerless, more concerned with preserving existing hierarchies than ensuring justice, and that a system designed to protect honor often became a mechanism through which insult and accusation could be weaponized by those with resources against those without them, legal protections becoming tools of oppression when access to law depended on status that the law itself helped create and maintain. From honor and reputation, we turn to the final category of rules we'll examine in this section: the laws governing religious obligations and the transition from paganism to Christianity. Regulations that attempted to manage belief itself, creating requirements for participation in religious practices that serve political and social control as much as spiritual purposes. The Viking Age saw the gradual conversion of Scandinavian societies from Norse paganism to Christianity, a process that wasn't primarily about spiritual enlightenment, but about political consolidation, trade access, and social transformation, with law playing a crucial role in enforcing religious conformity once rulers had decided which faith their subjects would practice. The laws requiring Christian practice, once Christianity became official, weren't about faith, but about obedience, about ensuring that religious transformation didn't fracture social order, and about using church infrastructure as an extension of royal power. Imagine Norway in the late 10th century when King Olaf Tryggvason is aggressively pushing Christianization as part of his consolidation of royal authority. The law now requires attendance at Christian services, baptism of all household members, destruction of pagan shrines, and abandonment of practices like sacrifice and divination that had been central to Norse religious life for centuries. For a remote farming household led by Ulf, a man in his 50s who grew up making offerings to Thor and Odin, who learned from childhood that the old gods protected his family and land. This legal requirement represents a fundamental violation of everything he understands about the world. But the law is clear, backed by the king's power and the threat of outlawry for persistent refusal, so Ulf must make a choice. Genuinely convert to a religion he doesn't understand and may not believe in, or perform outward conformity while maintaining private belief, or resist and face consequences that could destroy his household. The enforcement of religious law was particularly intrusive because it attempted to regulate not just actions but beliefs, requiring not merely external compliance but internal transformation that law had no real power to create. The authorities recognized this limitation, which is why the law focused on observable practices. You had to be baptized, attend church, observe Christian holidays, and refrain from pagan rituals, but what you actually believed in your heart was technically between you and God, though authorities often suspected that outward conformity masked continuing pagan belief. The result was a generation of people who were legally Christian but practically pagan, who attended church as required but also made quiet offerings at old sacred sites, who had their children baptized but also gave them pagan names, who observed Christian feast days but also marked the old seasonal festivals, creating a hybrid religious culture that the law tried to suppress but couldn't entirely eliminate, because belief resists legislation in ways that behavior doesn't. Now we confront the violence that accompanied religious law enforcement. King Olaf and later Christian monarchs didn't merely encourage conversion, they used force, destroying pagan temples, executing or outlawing religious leaders who refused to convert, torturing resistors, and creating a climate of terror that made religious non-compliance a life-threatening choice. The saga literature, despite being written by Christians centuries later, preserves accounts of forced baptisms where entire communities were gathered and given the choice of immediate conversion or immediate death, where pagan sacred objects were destroyed in deliberate acts of desecration designed to prove that the old gods were powerless, where individuals who tried to maintain pagan practice were hunted down and killed as examples to others. This wasn't persuasion or spiritual awakening. This was conquest conducted through religious law, using legal requirements for Christian practice as a mechanism for breaking the power of local chieftains who derived authority from their roles as pagan religious leaders. Consider one particularly brutal account of a regional assembly where King Olaf appeared with armed men and demanded that all present accept baptism immediately. Those who agreed were baptized on the spot in cold water, often without any real understanding of what Christianity meant beyond the king's requirement. Those who refused were given a stark choice: accept outlawry and flee, or face execution. Some chose to flee, abandoning their land and kinship networks to preserve their religious beliefs, becoming refugees in their own country. Others chose baptism under duress, the ceremony a mockery of any genuine spiritual transformation, performed at sword point while they silently prayed to the gods they were supposedly renouncing. A few chose resistance and were killed there at the assembly, their bodies left as warnings about the consequences of defying the new religious order. The law treated all of this as legitimate enforcement of religious requirements, the violence justified by the imperative of saving souls and creating religious uniformity that served political stability. The economic dimensions of religious law reveal another layer of coercion. Once Christianity became legally required, churches needed to be built, priests needed to be supported, and tithes needed to be collected, all of this creating new financial obligations on households already operating at subsistence margins. The law required each community to build and maintain a church, to provide land for the priest's support, to pay regular tithes calculated as a percentage of production, and to contribute to larger ecclesiastical institutions. For poor farmers like Ulf, these requirements meant additional labour building a church he didn't want, additional loss of productive land allocated to priest support, and additional payment in the form of tithes that reduced what little surplus he had. The law left no room for objection based on poverty. The religious requirements applied to everyone, and failure to contribute brought the same penalties as any other legal violation. Fines leading to debt, leading to loss of land and free status. The religious transformation thus became yet another mechanism through which resources were extracted from the poor, the law's requirement for Christian practice serving economic as well as spiritual purposes. The most insidious aspect of religious law appears in its regulation of family and household practices. Christianity brought new rules about marriage, requiring church ceremonies and forbidding practices like concubinage and divorce that had been normal in pagan society. Men who had multiple wives or concubines under the old system were required to choose one woman for Christian marriage and abandon the others, creating situations where women who had been recognized partners with some status and security suddenly became nothing, their children bastards without inheritance rights, their own positions reduced to that of cast-off former concubines with no legal protection. The law enforced this transformation without providing any mechanism to protect those who lost status in the transition, treating the disruption of existing family structures as acceptable collateral damage in the larger project of Christian conversion. One account describes a wealthy farmer who had 3 concurrent partnerships under pagan custom, each producing children who were recognized as his heirs. When Christian law required him to choose one woman for legal Christian marriage, he chose the youngest and most recently acquired, leaving the other 2 women and their children without status or inheritance rights. The older women, who had spent decades managing his household and bearing his children, were reduced to dependence on the charity of the sons who did retain inheritance rights, their entire lives' work and status erased by law that recognized only Christian marriage as legitimate. The law provided them no compensation for this loss, no recognition that the rules had changed mid-life in ways they couldn't have anticipated, treating their reduced status as the natural consequence of having lived under pagan customs that Christianity had superseded. When you reflect on modern debates about religious freedom and the relationship between church and state, about the use of law to enforce moral or spiritual requirements, about the consequences of legal systems that privilege one belief system over others, remember that Viking religious law represented an early and brutal example of using legal coercion to enforce religious transformation, creating requirements that served political purposes as much as spiritual ones, that fell hardest on those who were already vulnerable, that disrupted existing social structures in ways that created new injustices while claiming to serve higher purposes, and that demonstrated the fundamental limits of law's ability to change hearts and minds, even as it succeeded in changing behaviours and destroying the institutional structures that had supported alternative belief systems, the result being not the spiritual awakening the law ostensibly sought, but rather a forced conformity that bred resentment, hidden resistance, and the gradual erosion of social forms that had worked, however imperfectly, being replaced by new forms that claimed moral superiority while often serving primarily to consolidate power in fewer hands. Let us turn now to the laws governing disability and physical impairment, rules that reveal a society's brutal utilitarianism toward those whose bodies couldn't contribute to collective survival in the ways that Viking life demanded. The Norse legal codes contained provisions about the obligations owed to disabled family members, about the circumstances under which impaired individuals could be excluded from inheritance or social participation, and about the limited protections available to those whose value was measured primarily by their capacity for physical labour or violence. This wasn't malicious cruelty for its own sake, but rather a systematic legal framework that acknowledged the harsh reality. In a world where survival required constant physical effort, and where every person had to produce more than they consumed, disability was an economic crisis that law attempted to manage rather than ameliorate. Picture a farming household where the eldest son, Harold, who should have been the primary heir and future manager of the farm, suffers a crushing injury when a cart loaded with stone overturns on him during road maintenance, the accident breaking his spine and leaving him unable to walk or control his lower body. In a modern context, Harold would face challenges but could adapt, find modified work, live a full life with accommodations. In 10th century Norway, Harold has become what the law called a mandroppy, a person so disabled as to be effectively worthless, unable to farm, unable to fight, unable to fulfill any of the roles that defined male value in Viking society. The law allows his father to disinherit him in favour of younger brothers, because Harold can no longer manage the property or defend it, and while the family is obligated to provide basic care, food, shelter, warmth, they are not required to maintain Harold's status as heir when his disability makes him incapable of fulfilling an heir's responsibilities. The legal mechanisms for managing disability were designed around questions of productivity and burden. A person who was blind, deaf, or missing limbs might still have legal standing if they could perform some useful function, but the threshold for useful was high, and the determination was often made by family or community rather than the disabled individual themselves. The law recognised categories of impairment. Some disabilities were compensable injuries if they resulted from someone else's violence or negligence, requiring the responsible party to pay damages, but the damages were calculated based on lost productivity rather than suffering or quality of life. A farmer who lost an arm in an assault might receive compensation equivalent to the economic value of that arm's labour over his expected remaining working years, but someone born without an arm or who lost it to disease received nothing because there was no responsible party to compel payment. This created a legal landscape where identical disabilities had vastly different statuses depending on how they were acquired, a recognition that law existed to resolve disputes between parties rather than to provide universal protection or support. Now we arrive at the darker reality of how families managed disabled members when legal obligations met economic impossibility. The law required families to care for disabled kin, but care was defined minimally, providing enough food to prevent starvation, basic shelter, protection from the elements, but not necessarily dignity, comfort, or any accommodation that went beyond bare survival. Harold, paralysed and incontinent, might spend his days lying on a bench in the longhouse's darkest corner, attended to only when absolutely necessary, his presence a constant reminder of the family's diminished prospects and reduced labour capacity. His younger brothers, who would inherit the property he should have managed, might resent every bite of food he consumed, every moment of care their mother provided him, every resource allocated to keeping alive someone who could contribute nothing and who represented a permanent drain on household capacity. This resentment wasn't aberrant cruelty, but rational response to genuine scarcity, and the law neither condemned nor prevented it, because the law's concern was ensuring minimum obligations were met, not that they were met with kindness. consider the specific situation of children born with severe disabilities, a category that Viking law and custom treated with particular harshness. We've discussed infant exposure earlier, but it's worth examining how disability specifically factored into these decisions. A child born with obvious physical deformities, with signs of mental impairment, or with conditions that suggested they would never be able to work or fight faced exposure, not merely because resources were scarce, but because the law explicitly recognised that such children would be permanent burdens without the possibility of future contribution. The father's decision about whether to accept or expose such an infant was legally protected, the reasoning being that forcing a household to care for a child who would never achieve independence and would consume resources until the parents died, at which point the burden would fall on siblings, was asking too much of families already living at survival's edge. Some families kept disabled children anyway, love and attachment overriding utilitarian calculations, but others made the harder choice, and the law provided a framework that made exposure of disabled infants not merely legal, but in some circumstances the socially expected option. The treatment of those disabled by age reveals another dimension of this harsh legal framework. As people grew old and their bodies failed, as they became unable to perform the work that had defined their value, they entered a category that the law recognized but provided minimal protection for. An elderly farmer who could no longer manage his land was expected to formally transfer it to his heirs while retaining rights to maintenance, but these maintenance rights were vague about specifics, requiring only that the heir provide suitable care without defining what that meant. Some families honoured these obligations generously, respecting elders for their lifetime of contribution and their accumulated wisdom. Others interpreted suitable care minimally, providing aged parents with food and shelter, but little else, sometimes relegating them to outbuildings or marginal spaces in the household, their diminished physical capacity translating directly into diminished status and consideration. The law stepped in only if maintenance was refused entirely, not if it was provided grudgingly or minimally, creating a space where legal obligation was met but human dignity was not. One saga account tells of an old man named Hoskuld who had transferred his farm to his son Olaf on the understanding that Olaf would care for him in his declining years. But as Hoskuld aged, becoming increasingly frail and requiring more assistance with basic tasks, Olaf's resentment grew, particularly as Hoskuld's mind began to fail, and he sometimes didn't recognize his own family or became confused and difficult. Olaf continued to feed and shelter his father, meeting his legal obligations, but relegated him to a small outbuilding, visited him rarely, and made clear through his actions that Hoskuld's presence was a burden to be endured rather than a father to be honoured. Hoskuld lived his final years in isolation and neglect that didn't quite cross the line into legal abandonment, the law's protections being too minimal to address his actual suffering. When Hoskuld finally died, Olaf provided a proper burial, met all the social requirements for honouring a deceased father, and no one could point to any specific violation of law, yet everyone in the community understood that Hoskuld's last years had been bleak and loveless, the legal framework providing survival, but not dignity. The situation for disabled women was complicated by gender-specific valuations of worth. A woman's primary legal value derived from her capacity for childbearing, household management and textile production, so disabilities that didn't affect these functions might be more easily accommodated than the same disabilities in men. A woman who lost a leg but could still weave, manage household affairs, and potentially bear children might retain her status and marriage prospects, while a man with the same disability would be unmarred but effectively worthless because he couldn't fight or do the heavy farm labour that defined male contribution. Conversely, disabilities that affected reproduction or household work could destroy a woman's prospects entirely, A woman rendered infertile by illness or injury had lost her primary legal value, and while she might be kept by her birth family, her chances of marriage were effectively zero, because what was a man getting in such an arrangement except additional burden? The law reflected these gender-specific valuations in its compensation schedules. Injuries that affected a man's fighting capacity were compensated more heavily than the same physical damage to a woman, while injuries affecting a woman's appearance or reproductive capacity might be compensated more than similar injuries to a man. The most disturbing legal provision regarding disability was the right of impoverished families to sell disabled members into thraldom as a way of managing care obligations they couldn't afford. If a household had a disabled member requiring constant care and lacked resources to provide it, the law allowed them to transfer that person to another household as a thrall, the new household assuming the care burden in exchange for whatever minimal labour the disabled person could provide. This was presented as mercy. After all, the disabled person would be fed and sheltered, which the original family could no longer guarantee. But it was also a mechanism through which disability could strip away even free status, the final degradation being legal enslavement justified as practical necessity. Some disabled people sold into thraldom this way spent the rest of their lives in conditions that were barely distinguishable from the care their families couldn't provide, except they were now property without legal standing, while others faced active exploitation, their disabilities making them vulnerable to abuse from owners who faced no legal consequences for mistreating thralls. When you encounter modern debates about disability rights, about the obligations of society to accommodate those with different abilities, about the line between medical necessity and social construction of disability, remember that Viking disability law represented a society that made no pretense about valuing people beyond their productivity, that created legal frameworks measuring human worth in terms of labour capacity and military utility, that provided minimal protections focused on preventing complete abandonment, but made no effort to ensure quality of life or dignity, and that allowed disability to strip away inheritance, status, and even freedom itself when the burden of care exceeded what families could bear or were willing to provide. The law's harshness being not aberration, but systematic expression of a society where every person's value was calculated against their cost, and where those whose cost exceeded their contribution existed at the margins of legal protection and human concern. From disability, we move to examine the laws governing the treatment of the mentally ill, regulations that attempted to manage individuals whose behaviour was unpredictable or dangerous, but whose condition wasn't well understood, creating legal categories that mixed practical necessity with supernatural fear, and often resulted in outcomes that were tragic for the afflicted individuals and their families. The Norse legal codes recognised a category they called oviti or galin, roughly translating to mad or bereft of sense, and these terms covered everything from what we might recognise as severe mental illness to brain damage from injury to senile dementia. The law's primary concern wasn't treatment or compassion, but containment and liability. Who was responsible for preventing a mentally ill person from causing harm? Who was liable if they did cause harm? And under what circumstances could families be relieved of the burden of caring for someone whose condition made them dangerous or impossible to manage? Imagine a farmer named Ketil who, in his late 30s, begins experiencing what we might recognise as schizophrenia, hearing voices, seeing things that aren't there, becoming convinced that his neighbours are plotting against him, his behaviour becoming increasingly erratic and frightening. In a modern context, Ketil might receive treatment, medication, therapeutic intervention. In Viking society, Ketil is becoming Galen, and his family must figure out how to manage him within a legal framework that provides few options and less help. The law makes Ketil's family responsible for his actions. If he injures someone or damages property while in his disturbed state, his family owes compensation just as if a sane person had done the same acts. This creates enormous pressure on the family to control Ketil, to prevent him from leaving their property, to restrain him physically if necessary to protect others, and to protect themselves from legal liability for his actions. The methods available for managing mental illness were crude and often brutal. Physical restraint was the primary tool. Kettle might be confined to the farmhouse, chained or tied if his behaviour became violent, or if he tried to leave, his freedom sacrificed to the family's need to prevent liability and maintain some semblance of household function. The law didn't prohibit such restraint. Indeed, it implicitly expected it by holding families liable for the mentally ill person's actions, creating a situation where restraint became the only legally safe option. Some families built small outbuildings where mentally ill members could be confined, crude cells where the person could be kept separate from the main household, fed and watered like livestock but otherwise left to their delusions and suffering. The Sega literature occasionally mentions these situations euphemistically, referring to people who had to be kept inside, or who could not be allowed among people. And while the sagas sometimes present this as unfortunate necessity, we can imagine the reality. Human beings spending months or years in confinement, their mental illness untreated and likely worsening in isolation, their existence reduced to mere survival in conditions that we would recognize as torture. Now, we encounter the legal questions about culpability and punishment when mentally ill individuals committed serious crimes. The law recognized that someone who was truly Galen might not be fully responsible for their actions in the same way a sane person was, but this recognition provided limited protection. If Kettle, in the grip of delusion, killed someone he believed was threatening him, the law might treat this differently than deliberate murder, but the remedy was often outlawry or execution rather than treatment. The reasoning being that someone whose madness made them kill couldn't be safely maintained in society regardless of their diminished culpability. The victim's family still deserved justice, still required either compensation or revenge, and the fact that Kettle was mad when he killed didn't erase their loss or their rights. Some legal codes specified that if a mentally ill person committed murder, the family could choose either to pay the guild and maintain custody of the ill person, accepting responsibility for preventing future violence, or to surrender the person to the victim's family for execution or outlawry, essentially choosing between crushing financial burden and condemning their ill relative to death. Consider a specific case where a young woman named Gudrid began experiencing what her community interpreted as possession or madness, throwing fits, speaking incomprehensibly, claiming to see spirits and receive messages from the dead. Her family tried to manage her at home, but her behaviour frightened the community, and when she accused a neighbour of witchcraft during one of her episodes, the situation became legally dangerous for everyone involved. The law treated accusations of witchcraft seriously, but it also recognised that Gudrid's mental state made her testimony unreliable. The neighbour she accused demanded that Gudrid be formally declared Garlin and her accusations be legally nullified, which would protect him but would also strip Gudrid of legal personhood, making her testimony worthless in all contexts and essentially reducing her to the status of a child or thrall in terms of legal standing. Her family resisted this because it would also affect inheritance and her ability to marry, but the alternative was allowing her accusations to stand, which risked the neighbour pursuing legal action against them for harbouring someone who made false accusations. The family eventually agreed to have Gudrid declared legally incompetent, protecting the neighbour but destroying her status and any hope she had for normal life, even if her mental condition eventually improved. The intersection of mental illness with religious belief created particularly dark outcomes during the conversion to Christianity. Behaviours that might have been interpreted as divine inspiration or communication with spirits under paganism became evidence of demonic possession under Christian framework, and the treatment shifted from attempting to propitiate offended spirits to exorcism, prayer, and sometimes violence aimed at driving out demons. A person experiencing auditory hallucinations might have been respected as a seer in pagan context, but became a dangerous conduit for evil spirits in Christian interpretation, and the shift in religious framework didn't make treatment more effective, merely more overtly punitive. Some individuals declared possessed were subjected to beatings, starvation, exposure to cold, and other treatments designed to make their bodies inhospitable to demons, the logic being that demons would flee suffering that the human host was forced to endure. These treatments, sanctioned by religious authorities and accepted by families desperate for any solution, sometimes killed the mentally ill person, which was interpreted as either the demon's departure or the person's release from suffering, but rarely as evidence that the treatment itself was the problem. One account describes a man named Thorstein, who developed severe depression following the death of his wife and children in a house fire, withdrawing from society, refusing to eat properly, speaking about joining his family in death. His relatives, concerned that he was possessed by spirits of grief or despair, brought in a Christian priest who attempted exorcism, the ceremony involving prayer, holy water, and eventually physical punishment when the condition didn't improve. Thorstein was beaten, denied food, and subjected to sleep deprivation, all in the name of spiritual healing, and when he finally died from the combined effects of his depression and the harsh treatment, his death was recorded as a tragedy of demonic possession, rather than a preventable outcome of misguided intervention. The law provided no protection against such treatment because it was performed with religious sanction and family consent, the mentally ill person's own wishes being irrelevant when they were deemed to lack capacity for rational decision-making. The economic burden of managing mental illness created pressure towards solutions that relieved families of ongoing obligations. The law allowed families to seek formal declarations of incompetence that transferred property management to other relatives while retaining minimal care obligations, but these declarations were permanent and stripped the mentally ill person of all legal autonomy, even if their condition improved. Some families used outlawry as a way to rid themselves of members whose mental illness made them dangerous or burdensome, pursuing charges for actions committed during episodes, and accepting or even advocating for outlawry sentences that effectively exiled the person, while freeing the family from care obligations. The mentally ill person, unable to understand the legal proceedings or defend themselves effectively, might be outlawed and sent into wilderness where their death was virtually certain, the family freed from burden and liability simultaneously. Other families simply abandoned mentally ill members in remote locations, leaving them to die of exposure or starvation while claiming they had wandered off during an episode and couldn't be found. The law's difficulty in proving deliberate abandonment versus genuine loss, making this a relatively safe way to eliminate a burden that the family couldn't afford to maintain. When you reflect on modern mental health systems, on debates about involuntary commitment and competency proceedings, on the balance between protecting individual autonomy and protecting society from dangerous individuals, remember that Viking mental illness law represented a society's attempt to manage conditions it didn't understand using tools it did have. Physical restraint, legal liability, religious intervention, and exclusion, creating outcomes that prioritize social order and family economic survival over the well-being or rights of the mentally ill individual, a framework where compassion was possible but not required, where treatment was punitive rather than therapeutic, and where the mentally ill existed in a legal category that stripped them of autonomy while providing minimal protection, their suffering acknowledged as unfortunate but ultimately subordinate to the practical needs of families and communities that lacked both the understanding and the resources to address mental illness in ways that preserved the humanity of those afflicted. Let us examine the laws governing debt and debt bondage, rules that created a legal pathway from temporary financial difficulty to permanent enslavement, a systematic process through which free people could be reduced to property through obligations they couldn't meet and interest they couldn't escape. The Norse legal codes contain detailed provisions about lending, about acceptable interest rates, about what happened when debts couldn't be repaid, and about the circumstances under which debtors could be forced into thraldom to satisfy obligations, creating a framework that sounds like reasonable commercial law until we understand the power imbalances it encoded and the trap it created for those who borrowed out of desperation rather than opportunity. In Viking society, where wealth was primarily held in land, livestock, and portable goods rather than currency, debt often arose from survival emergencies rather than investment opportunities. A family that lost its harvest to weather and needed to borrow grain to survive the winter. A farmer who needed to pay vigilance after a killing and had to borrow the blood price from wealthier neighbours. A household that faced fines from legal proceedings and couldn't pay without selling productive assets. Picture a farming household where the father, named Arnbjorn, has been fined for missing mandatory communal labour obligations, the fine being 2 milk cows, but selling 2 cows from his small herd would leave him unable to maintain milk production, sufficient for his family's needs. He approaches a wealthier neighbour, Thorgeir, and arranges to borrow the cows needed to pay the fine, with the understanding that he'll repay Thorgeir with 2 cows plus 1 additional calf within 2 years, the calf representing the interest on the loan. This seems manageable to Arnbjorn. His cows should produce calves, and if the weather is decent and the herd remains healthy, he can meet the obligation. But this calculation assumes everything goes right, and in Viking farming everything rarely went right for long. The first year, one of Arnbjorn's cows dies from disease, reducing his herd's productive capacity and making repayment more difficult. The second year, a harsh winter reduces milk production and means the calves born are weaker, some not surviving. When the repayment comes due, Arnbjorn doesn't have 3 cows to give Thorgeir, and the law is clear about what happens next. The legal mechanisms for handling unpaid debt were designed to ensure that creditors could eventually recover value, even from insolvent debtors. Thorgeir, as the creditor, could demand that Arnbjorn pay the debt through a combination of any assets he still possessed, plus labour to make up the difference, the labour valued at rates set by law or custom. If Arnbjorn had 1 cow available, he could pay that and then owe labour equivalent to 2 cows' value, which might be calculated as several months of work. But Arnbjorn still needs to maintain his own farm, so providing months of labour to Thorgeir means his own fields go unworked, his own livestock are poorly tended, and his situation deteriorates further. The debt creates a spiral. The attempt to repay makes future repayment less likely, and the law provides mechanisms for this spiral to continue until the debtor has no options left except bondage. Now we arrive at the transformation from free farmer to debt thrall, a legal process that was orderly, documented, and produced permanent enslavement from temporary financial difficulty. When a debtor like Arnbjorn reached the point where he couldn't repay through assets or labour while maintaining his own survival, the law allowed him to enter into voluntary thraldom to satisfy the debt. Voluntary, being a legal fiction that described having no other choice. Arnbjorn could sign himself and potentially his family into thraldom to Thorgeir, the debt being considered paid in exchange for permanent service, Arnbjorn's free status being the final asset he could trade to settle his obligations. The law treated this as a legitimate transaction, witnessed and recorded, protecting Thorgeir's property rights in his new thralls, while providing Arnbjorn with the legal cover that he hadn't simply been enslaved, but had chosen thraldom as debt settlement. The alternative to voluntary debt bondage was often worse. Persistent debt that couldn't be paid led to outlawry, which meant death in the wilderness versus life as a thrall. And for most people, thraldom at least meant survival, even if it meant the end of freedom. Consider the specific situation of a widow with young children who inherited her husband's debts along with his property, the law making her responsible for obligations she hadn't incurred and often didn't fully understand. Her husband might have borrowed to pay bride price, to stock the farm with initial livestock, to handle legal costs from disputes, leaving debts that exceeded the property's value. The creditors could demand payment from the widow, and if she couldn't pay, they could force sale of the property, leaving her homeless with her children, or they could offer to accept her and her children into debt bondage, providing continued shelter and food in exchange for their labour and their freedom. For the widow, this choice was effectively no choice at all. Homelessness meant begging, prostitution, or death for her and her children, while thraldom meant survival, however degraded. The law treated her acceptance of bondage as settling the debt fairly, protecting the creditor's rights while acknowledging that the widow had chosen her fate through the legal mechanism available to her. The saga literature preserves one such case where a widow named Joran, left with 3 young children and debts from her husband's failed trading voyage, accepted debt bondage to the voyage's financier rather than face destitution, her children growing up as thralls because their mother had inherited obligations she couldn't meet. The darker economics of debt bondage appear when we recognise how creditors could profit from the system. A wealthy farmer lending to desperate neighbours wasn't merely helping the community. He was making investments that might pay off not in repaid loans but in acquired labour. Thorgeir, in our example, might actually prefer that Arnbjorn default because acquiring a family of debt thralls was worth more than getting his cows repaid. The system created incentives for predatory lending, offering loans with terms that seemed manageable, but that the lender knew were likely to result in default, essentially using the debt mechanism to acquire workers whose lifetime labour value far exceeded the original loan amount. Some wealthy farmers made this a systematic practice, lending to struggling neighbours during crises, then acquiring their labour when the inevitable defaults occurred, building up large thrall populations acquired not through purchase or capture, but through the legal debt system that turned free people into property through documented transactions that everyone agreed were proper application of law. The interest rates and repayment terms were theoretically regulated by law to prevent excessive usury, but the regulations were vague enough to allow significant exploitation. The law might specify that interest shouldn't exceed a certain percentage, but defining what counted as interest versus fees versus compensation for risk created grey areas that favoured creditors. Moreover, the law's protections against usury applied primarily to loans between social equals. When a wealthy farmer lent to a poor one, the power imbalance meant that the poor farmer negotiated from desperation, accepting whatever terms were offered because the alternative was immediate crisis, and the law provided little practical protection against exploitative terms voluntarily agreed to, however unequal the bargaining power. The multi-generational nature of debt bondage reveals its most permanent cruelty. When Arnbjorn and his family entered thraldom to satisfy his debt, their children were born into thraldom despite having incurred no debt themselves, the parent's obligation being inheritable in the sense that it transformed into ownership of the offspring. This meant that a temporary financial crisis could produce permanent enslavement for an entire lineage, with no mechanism for the children to buy their freedom or to argue that they shouldn't bear the consequences of their parents' debts. Some debt thralls retained hope that they, or their descendants, might eventually achieve freedom through purchase or grant, but in practice, thrall families tended to remain thralls indefinitely, the original debt that caused their enslavement being forgotten, while their status as property persisted across generations, the legal records eventually losing track of whether a given thrall family descended from captured enemies, purchased slaves, or free people who fell into debt, the origin becoming irrelevant once thrall status was established. When you encounter modern debates about debt forgiveness and bankruptcy protection, about predatory lending and the cycle of poverty, about the moral status of inherited debt, Remember that Viking debt law created a system where temporary financial difficulty could produce permanent catastrophic status loss, where the law provided mechanisms that turned inability to repay into legal enslavement, where creditors had systematic incentives to prefer default over repayment, and where the most vulnerable members of society, widows, orphans, the unlucky, those facing circumstances beyond their control, were most likely to fall into the debt trap that the law provided no real escape from, the framework being presented as neutral commercial regulation, while actually serving to concentrate wealth and power by providing the rich with legal mechanisms to acquire labour from the poor, who borrowed in desperation and could never escape the spiral of obligation that began with a single emergency and ended with the loss of everything, including freedom itself. From debt, we turn to examine the laws governing trading standards and fraud, regulations that attempted to create trust in commercial transactions, while operating in a world where verification was difficult, weights and measures weren't standardized, and the temptation to cheat was enormous, given the high stakes and limited enforcement mechanisms. The Norse legal codes contained detailed provisions about what constituted fair trading, about the obligations of sellers to honestly represent their goods, about the remedies available to buyers who discovered they'd been cheated, and about the punishments for deliberate fraud, creating a framework that acknowledged that trade was essential, but that every transaction was also an opportunity for deception that law had to address. The challenge was that most trade happened in contexts where verification was impossible until long after the transaction was complete. Livestock sold at market might appear healthy but be diseased grain, might be mixed with chaff or damaged seed. Cloth might be woven with inferior wool in the middle where it wouldn't show until the buyer tried to work with it. Silver might be adulterated with cheaper metals that wouldn't be detected without expert testing. Imagine a market scene at a regional assembly where farmers from across Iceland have brought goods to trade: livestock, textiles, preserved fish, grain, and craftwork. A farmer named Grim is selling a 2-year-old bull, describing it as healthy and suitable for breeding, asking a price that reflects quality breeding stock. Another farmer, Steinar, needs a bull and examines Grim's animal, looking at its conformation, its teeth, its general condition, all the things the experienced farmer would check. Everything looks good, and Steinar trades 3 sheep for the bull, both men satisfied with the exchange and witnesses present to confirm the transaction. Steinar leads the bull home, a 2-day journey, and within a week the bull begins showing signs of illness, developing a cough and showing reduced appetite. Within a month, the bull is clearly sick with what appears to be a chronic lung condition that makes it worthless for breeding or work, and Steinar realizes he's been cheated. Grim must have known the bull was unhealthy, despite its temporary appearance of vigor. The legal question becomes, what can Steinar do about this, and what can he prove? The law's provisions about trading fraud required that the buyer prove the seller knew about the defect and deliberately concealed it, which was often impossible to demonstrate. Grim could claim he sold the bull in good faith, that it showed no signs of illness when he owned it, that whatever condition Steinar discovered developed after the sale. Without witnesses to Grim's knowledge of the defect, without any way to prove what Grim knew versus what he should have known, the law struggled to provide remedy. The burden of proof fell heavily on the buyer, which meant that sellers who were willing to deceive had significant advantages. The law tried to create objective standards. Livestock sales came with implied warranties about basic soundness, meaning the animal should be free from hidden defects that would be discovered with normal use within a reasonable time period, typically 30 days. If Steinar could show that the bull's condition manifested within this window, and that a careful inspection wouldn't have revealed it, he had grounds to demand the trade be reversed or compensation paid. But enforcing this required bringing the case to assembly, presenting witnesses, possibly requiring expert testimony about whether the condition was hidden or detectable, all of which took time and resources that poor farmers often couldn't afford. Many buyers simply absorbed losses from bad trades rather than pursue legal remedy that might cost more than the disputed goods were worth. Now we encounter the systematic fraud that the law tried to prevent but struggled to address effectively. Some traders made regular practice of deceptive dealing, mixing inferior goods with quality ones, using tricks of presentation to make damaged items look sound, taking advantage of buyers' limited expertise to sell inappropriate goods at prices that assumed higher quality. The law specified harsh punishments for convicted fraud, fines, social censure, potential outlawry for repeated offences, but conviction required catching the fraud and proving deliberate intent, which the sophisticated cheater could usually avoid by maintaining plausible deniability. A trader might sell wool cloth that appeared to be high quality when tightly woven and folded, but that had inferior fibre in the interior sections that wouldn't be discovered until the buyer tried to work with the entire piece. When confronted, the trader could claim this was normal variation in his flock's wool, that he hadn't deliberately placed inferior fibre in hidden sections, that the buyer simply got unlucky with natural variation. Proving otherwise required evidence the buyer typically didn't have, and the trader could continue operating, his reputation suffering among those he'd cheated, but his practice continuing because enough new customers appeared who hadn't yet learned to avoid him. Consider the particular problem of silver trading in an economy where silver was the primary medium for large transactions, but where the purity of silver couldn't be easily verified. Silver arm rings, coins, and hack silver were assessed by weight, but weight only mattered if the metal was actually silver rather than silver-coated base metal or silver alloyed with enough copper to significantly reduce value. Traders developed techniques for testing silver's purity, scratching to see the metal beneath the surface, biting to test hardness, sometimes using acid tests. But sophisticated fraud could defeat these simple tests. A silver ring that was genuine silver on the outer layer but had a core of cheaper metal might pass casual inspection and only be discovered as fraudulent when melted down for reuse. The seller who passed such a piece could claim he himself had been defrauded by whoever he acquired it from, creating chains of bad silver that moved through the economy, with each holder claiming innocent acquisition while passing the loss forward. The law tried to make sellers liable for the quality of silver they passed, but enforcement was difficult when the fraud might not be discovered until the silver changed hands multiple times, and tracing back to the original source of fraudulent metal was often impossible. The most vulnerable traders were those operating from positions of desperation or ignorance. A farmer forced to sell livestock or goods urgently to pay debts or meet obligations had no bargaining power and was likely to accept unfavourable terms or to be cheated on weight or quality assessment by buyers who recognised desperation and exploited it. The law theoretically provided equal protection to all traders, but the practical ability to insist on fair dealing depended on having alternatives, having time to negotiate, having knowledge of actual values, and having resources to pursue legal remedy if cheated, all of which the desperate seller lacked. Some traders specialised in seeking out desperate sellers, offering prices well below fair value for goods they needed to move quickly. The transactions being technically legal but substantively exploitative, the law providing no protection against one-sided bargains when both parties technically agree to terms. One account describes a widow who needed to sell her late husband's fishing boat to pay his debts, approaching several potential buyers and finding that all of them, recognizing her desperation and lack of alternatives, offered prices that were perhaps half what the boat would command from a seller who could afford to wait for better offers. She eventually accepted one of the low offers because she had no choice. the transaction being perfectly legal and properly witnessed, her loss being the price of her vulnerability in a market where the law protected property rights and contract enforcement, but didn't ensure fairness in the bargaining that produced those contracts. The seasonal market dynamics created additional opportunities for fraud and exploitation. At harvest time, when everyone had grain to sell, prices were low, and farmers might trade at unfavourable rates because waiting meant storage costs and risks of spoilage. Wealthy traders who could store grain through winter bought cheap at harvest and sold expensive in spring, when supplies were running low and desperate households needed to buy grain to survive until the next harvest. This wasn't illegal, merely good business, but it represented a systematic transfer of wealth from those who had to sell at harvest and buy in spring to those with resources to store and wait. The law didn't prohibit this practice because it was fundamental to how commodity trading worked, but the result was that poor farmers effectively paid twice, once by selling low and again by buying high. While wealthy traders profited from the price variation they helped create by withholding supply. When you reflect on modern consumer protection law, on the regulations governing product quality and trading standards, on the legal frameworks attempting to ensure fair dealing and protect against fraud, remember that Viking trading law tried to create trust and fairness in commercial dealings, but struggled with the fundamental problems that persist in any market system. Information asymmetries that favour sellers over buyers, power imbalances that allow exploitation of the desperate, the difficulty of proving intent in fraud cases, and the reality that legal remedies work better for those with resources to pursue them, the framework being nominally neutral and protective, but in practice favouring those who already had advantages of knowledge, resources and alternatives, while those operating from positions of weakness often absorbed losses they couldn't afford rather than pursue legal remedies they couldn't access. The law's promise of fair dealing existing more in theory than in the lived experience of the vulnerable. Let us examine the laws governing childbirth and maternal mortality, rules that attempted to assign responsibility and compensation for deaths that were tragically common in an era where pregnancy and delivery were leading causes of death for women of childbearing age. The Norse legal codes contained provisions about what happened when women died in childbirth, about the status of surviving infants, about the obligations of husbands and birth families toward women who died bringing children into the world, creating a framework that acknowledged these deaths as significant events requiring legal attention, but that also revealed how Viking society valued women primarily as childbearers, and how their deaths in service of that function were treated as unfortunate but largely uncompensable losses. In Viking society, perhaps 1 in 10 pregnancies ended with the mother's death, and over a woman's lifetime of multiple pregnancies, her cumulative risk of dying in childbirth was substantial enough that every woman who married knew she was accepting a significant chance of death through the very function that made her valuable as a wife. Picture a young woman named Randveig, married at 16 to a farmer named Einar, pregnant for the first time by 17. The pregnancy progresses normally enough. Randveig feels nauseated in the early months. Her body changes in expected ways, and the women of the household prepare for the birth with a mixture of practical preparation and quiet dread, because everyone knows someone who died in childbirth. Every woman has heard the stories of labours that went wrong, of bleeding that couldn't be stopped, of women who simply didn't survive bringing life into the world. When Randveig's labour begins, the household's women gather to assist. Einar's mother, who has delivered many children, several experienced neighbours who serve as midwives, and Randveig's own mother, who has come to support her daughter through this dangerous passage. The labour is long, stretching through a day and into the night. Randveig screams audible throughout the farmstead as she struggles to push the child out. Finally, the infant emerges, a healthy boy, but Randveig doesn't stop bleeding. The midwives try their remedies: pressure, herbs, prayers. But the hemorrhaging continues, and within hours of delivering her son, Randveig dies, her blood soaking through the bedding and pooling on the floor, her life draining away while the women who tried to save her can only watch and pray. The legal questions that arise from Randveig's death reveal how the law understood and valued women's reproductive function. Her dowry, which she brought to the marriage and which was legally hers even though Einar managed it, must now be addressed. The law typically specified that if a woman died in childbirth, her dowry returned to her birth family unless there were surviving children from the marriage, in which case it might be held in trust for those children. Randveig has a surviving son, so the dowry should be held for him. But this creates immediate conflict because Einar needs resources to manage the farm and support the infant, while Randveig's family wants to reclaim property they provided and to ensure it's not absorbed into Einar's household. The negotiation that follows is about property and inheritance, not about Randveig herself, who has become in death what she largely was in life, a conduit through which property and children move between family lines, her death being legally significant primarily for how it affected property arrangements and child-rearing obligations. Now we arrive at the question of the motherless infant and who bears responsibility for raising a child whose mother died bringing him into the world. The law made the father responsible for supporting and raising his children, but a newborn needs maternal care, nursing, constant attention that Einar can't provide. He has several options, none of them ideal. He can hire a wet nurse, typically a woman who has recently given birth herself and has milk to spare, paying her to feed and care for his son alongside her own child. He can attempt to find a new wife quickly, essentially replacing Randveig with another woman who can fulfill the maternal functions he needs. Or he can send the infant to be raised by Randveig's family or his own, accepting that he won't have direct care of his son, but that the child will be raised by relatives who can provide what he cannot. Each option has costs and complications. A wet nurse must be paid, draining resources, and not all women have excess milk or are willing to take on another infant. Remarriage requires finding a suitable woman willing to marry a man with a newborn, and many women would be reluctant to step into a situation where they'd be raising another woman's child before having their own. Sending the infant away means losing control over his upbringing and potentially weakening the father-son bond that should shape the boy's future. The law leaves these decisions to the father but provides little support for any of the options, the assumption being that child-rearing is a private household matter that will be resolved through family arrangements rather than legal intervention. Consider the specific situation where childbirth complications killed the mother but left the infant damaged or disabled, perhaps through oxygen deprivation during a difficult birth or through injury during delivery. The law provided no compensation for such outcomes because no one was legally at fault. Birth complications weren't anyone's wrongdoing, but rather acts of fate or divine will. But the practical result was often tragic for all involved. A father might be left with a disabled infant he couldn't care for, and a dead wife whose death brought no legal remedy. His household diminished by the loss of his wife's labour, and burdened by a child who would need constant care but could never contribute productively. Some fathers in this situation chose infant exposure, legally abandoning the disabled child because the law allowed this before the naming ceremony, the death of the wife eliminating any voice that might have objected to the choice. Others attempted to care for disabled infants without maternal help, often failing as the infants died from inadequate care that the father couldn't provide while also managing a farm. The law witnessed these tragedies without intervening because they fell into the category of private household decisions about dependent care, legally invisible until they produced conflicts between parties with recognised standing. The darker aspect of childbirth death appears in the law's treatment of women who died from complications of pregnancies that resulted from rape or coerced sexual relations. A woman raped by her master if she was a thrall, or coerced by social superior if she was free, and who died in childbirth from the resulting pregnancy, generated no additional legal claim beyond whatever might exist for the original sexual violation, which in the case of thralls was nothing, and in the case of free women depended on the status of the rapist and victim, and whether the violation could be proven. The woman's death in childbirth was treated as separate from the sexual violence that caused the pregnancy, the law not recognizing a chain of causation that would hold the rapist responsible for the death that resulted from the pregnancy he forced upon her. Some women died bringing into the world children conceived in violence, their deaths being recorded as childbirth mortality, without notation of the sexual violence that initiated the pregnancy, the law's categories not capturing the full reality of their situations. One saga account tells of a young thrall woman who became pregnant by her owner's son, a relationship that was technically illegal, but rarely prosecuted because thrall women had no legal standing to refuse sexual demands, and owners rarely pursued charges against their own sons. The girl was perhaps 14 when she became pregnant, too young for safe childbirth, even in the best circumstances, and when she went into labour, her small body couldn't accommodate the infant's passage. She laboured for 2 days in agony before dying, the infant dying with her, and the legal record of the incident is simply that the owner lost a thrall, and her potential offspring a property loss but not a legal wrong because no one with standing had been harmed. The girl's name, if anyone bothered to record it, is lost, but the property accounting that noted her death as inventory reduction survives in the household records that were maintained for tax purposes. The cumulative effect of high maternal mortality on family structure and women's social position reveals how deeply this risk shaped Viking life. Every marriage was potentially a death sentence for the woman, every pregnancy a gamble with fatal stakes, and this reality affected how families valued daughters, how women viewed their own futures, and how society structured itself around the likelihood that many women wouldn't survive their childbearing years. The law's provisions about childbirth death were attempts to manage the property and custody consequences of these frequent tragedies, but they also normalised maternal mortality as an expected cost of women's social function, something to be managed through property law and remarriage rather than prevented, or even particularly mourned beyond the immediate family circle. Some women survived multiple pregnancies and lived to old age, but many didn't, and the law treated their deaths as unfortunate but natural consequences of the biological role that made them valuable in the first place. When you encounter modern statistics about historical maternal mortality, about the dangers women faced in childbirth before modern medicine, remember that Viking law addressed these deaths not as preventable tragedies, but as expected risks that required legal frameworks for property transfer and infant care. But that didn't merit the kind of compensation or accountability that deaths from violence or negligence might warrant, the underlying assumption being that women's bodies were meant to bear children, and that death in service of this function was sad but acceptable, a price paid for the reproduction that society needed, the law providing mechanisms to handle the aftermath, but never questioning whether the magnitude of risk women accepted was itself unjust, or whether society owed women more than property settlements and quick remarriages when their bodies failed them in the act of giving life. Let us examine the laws governing burial and grave goods, regulations that seem to honour the dead but that actually serve to display status, prevent valuable resources from being removed from circulation among the living, and occasionally permitted grave robbery under circumstances that revealed how little protection the dead actually received once their immediate family's vigilance faded. The Norse legal codes and customary practices around burial required that free people receive proper interment with grave goods appropriate to their status, but the law also contained provisions about what happened when graves were disturbed, about the legitimate circumstances for removing burial goods, and about the penalties for unauthorized grave robbery, creating a framework that acknowledged that graves contained valuable property that survivors might desperately need, even as they were supposedly sacred resting places for the honoured dead. Picture the funeral of a wealthy farmer named Helgi, who has died in his 60s, having accumulated substantial property over a successful life. The law and custom require that Helgi be buried with goods that reflect his status: weapons that marked him as a warrior in his youth, jewellery and fine clothing, possibly a horse or boat if he was particularly wealthy, and tools that represented his life's work. The funeral becomes a display where the family demonstrates both their respect for Helgi and their own status through the lavishness of his burial, neighbours attending and noting the quality of what's being interred, the quantity of grave goods being a statement about the family's wealth and position. Helgi's sons bury him with his sword, several silver arm rings, fine brooches, a set of weights and scales he used for trading, and some of his best clothing, all of which is placed in the grave chamber and covered with earth and stones. The burial site is marked, witnesses are present, and everyone understands that these goods now belong to the dead and shouldn't be disturbed. But everyone also knows that beneath that earth lies substantial portable wealth, and the only thing protecting it is social convention, religious fear of disturbing the dead, and the vigilance of Helgi's descendants who will tend the grave and notice if it's been disturbed. The first few years, Helgi's sons visit the grave regularly, maintaining the mound, ensuring no one has interfered with it. But as time passes and the sons themselves age and eventually die, as the family's attention turns to their own immediate concerns, the grave becomes less carefully watched. The legal provisions about grave robbery distinguish between disturbance by strangers and legitimate removal of goods by descendants. If Helgi's great-grandson, 50 years after the burial, faced such desperate financial circumstances that he needed to recover the silver that was buried with Helgi, the law might permit this under certain conditions: proper announcement of intent, possibly consultation with living relatives, some ceremony acknowledging the necessity. This wasn't considered grave robbery in the criminal sense, but rather a family reclaiming its own property when survival demanded it. The law recognised that however much honour required burying valuable goods with the dead, survival of the living sometimes had to take precedence, and it provided mechanisms for this reversal of burial to be done legally, rather than forcing families into secret grave robbery of their own ancestors. But this legal permission to disturb graves under specific circumstances created grey areas. How desperate did circumstances need to be? Who within a family line had the right to make decisions about disturbing ancestral graves? What counted as proper announcement versus secret theft? The answers to these questions were often contested, particularly when multiple branches of a family might claim descent from the buried individual and thus have competing claims to any grave goods that were removed. Some families found themselves in legal disputes where one branch had opened an ancestral grave and claimed the goods, while others argued this wasn't legitimate recovery, but theft from the family's collective inheritance, the argument being that burial goods belong to all descendants, not just those currently desperate enough to dig them up. Now we encounter the darker reality of actual grave robbery by strangers, a practice that the law punished harshly when perpetrators were caught, but that was difficult to prevent or prosecute given the remote locations of many graves and the difficulty of proving who had disturbed them. Graves of wealthy individuals were obvious targets. The large mounds and stone settings that marked high-status burials also advertised that valuable goods were buried within, and while religious fear of angering the dead provided some protection, economic desperation often overcame supernatural concerns. A poor farmer who knew that a nearby mound contained silver might wrestle with his conscience and his fear of divine punishment. But when his children were starving and the silver represented survival, the moral calculation could tip toward robbery. The law specified severe penalties for grave robbery: fines, outlawry, sometimes execution, but enforcement required catching the robbers and proving their guilt, which was nearly impossible when the crime might not be discovered for months or years, and when the stolen goods could be easily hidden or disposed of through trade in distant regions where their provenance wouldn't be questioned. Consider the archaeological evidence which reveals that many Viking Age graves were disturbed in antiquity, often quite soon after burial, with valuable portable items removed while objects that were too large or too easily identifiable were left in place. The pattern suggests systematic robbery by people who knew what they were looking for and who had some knowledge of burial practices and likely locations of graves. Some of this disturbance was probably by descendants in desperate circumstances, but much of it was likely opportunistic robbery by strangers who viewed burial mounds as resource caches to be exploited when the risk was manageable. The law's harsh penalties evidently weren't sufficient deterrent when the rewards were substantial and the likelihood of punishment was low, creating a situation where grave robbery was formally condemned but practically common enough that few wealthy burials escaped disturbance. The treatment of mass graves from battles or disasters reveals another dimension of burial law and practice. After significant battles or during plague outbreaks, the dead might be buried in mass graves without individual grave goods or careful placement, the sheer number of bodies making elaborate burial impossible, and the circumstances often meaning that those doing the burying weren't relatives who would invest in proper funeral goods. The law technically required proper burial for all free people, but practical necessity often meant that mass graves received minimal ceremony, and the dead were interred in ways that would be shameful if applied to individual deaths during peaceful times. Some of these mass burials were disturbed later by robbers searching for whatever goods might have been on the bodies when they were buried. Weapons, jewellery, clothing items, the robbery being particularly transgressive because these were often unidentified dead, whose graves had no specific family to maintain or protect them, but the law's protection being equally minimal because there were no specific descendants withstanding to pursue charges or demand compensation for the disturbance. One particularly grim account describes the aftermath of a battle where the dead from both sides were buried in large pits, and within weeks, local residents had begun digging into the mass graves to recover weapons and armour that were too valuable to leave buried. The law technically prohibited this, but the enforcement was non-existent because the dead were enemies and strangers, because no one with legal standing cared enough to pursue charges, and because many of those doing the digging were the same people who had buried the dead and knew exactly where the bodies and their possessions were located. The disturbed graves were eventually refilled, but much of what had been buried with the dead had been removed and redistributed among the living. The law's protection of burial sanctity proving meaningless when economic incentive met lack of enforcement and absence of parties withstanding to demand justice for the dead. The religious transformation from paganism to Christianity changed burial practices and law, but didn't eliminate grave robbery or disputes over burial goods. Christian burial emphasized simplicity and discouraged elaborate grave goods as pagan practice, but wealthy Christians still sought to mark their status through tomb location, grave markers, and whatever goods Christian practice permitted. The prohibition on grave goods was never absolute, and gradually Christian burials began including items again, creating new targets for robbery. The law continued to prohibit grave disturbance, now using Christian language about the sanctity of consecrated ground and the offence to God represented by violating Christian graves. But the practical enforcement remained difficult, and grave robbery continued, the religious framework changing, but the fundamental dynamic of valuable goods buried with the dead attracting those desperate or greedy enough to risk both legal punishment and divine wrath, remaining constant across the pagan to Christian transition. When you encounter archaeological reports about disturbed graves, about the difficulty of finding intact Viking Age burials, about the patterns of robbery that targeted portable wealth while leaving skeletal remains. Remember that this disturbance wasn't merely the work of modern grave robbers or archaeologists, but began almost immediately after burial in many cases, that Viking law tried to protect the dead's rest and their burial goods, but struggled to enforce these protections when the graves were remote and the reward substantial, and that the periodic desperate circumstances that made grave robbery seem necessary to survivors revealed the fundamental tension between honouring the dead through burial of valuable goods and preserving those resources for the living who might desperately need them, a tension that the law acknowledged through its provisions for legitimate recovery by descendants, but that it couldn't fully resolve, leaving burial goods in a liminal state, supposedly protected by law and custom, but actually vulnerable to disturbance whenever economic need overcame social prohibition, and when enforcement mechanisms were too weak to make the prohibition meaningful. For our final examination of Viking rules, let us consider the laws governing the elderly and the practice of stupa, or senicide, the subject that generates the most controversy and confusion about Norse society because the evidence is fragmentary and contested, but which reveals important truths about how Viking communities managed the burden of non-productive members when resources were scarce and survival required brutal calculations about who could be supported and who could not. The question of whether Vikings actually practiced senicide, encouraging or forcing elderly people to commit suicide by leaping from cliffs when they became too burdensome to support, is debated among scholars, with the saga evidence being limited and potentially unreliable. But what's not debatable is that Viking society faced the harsh reality that some elderly people outlived their productive capacity, that dementia and physical decline made some aged individuals difficult or impossible to care for, and that the law provided minimal protection for elders who became burdens, creating conditions where families faced terrible choices about how to manage aging relatives who consumed resources without contributing to household survival. Imagine an elderly man named Thorolf, now perhaps 70 years old, who has lived long enough to see his physical strength fail, his mind beginning to deteriorate in ways that make him confused and sometimes aggressive, his bowel and bladder control becoming unreliable, his ability to contribute to household labour reduced to essentially nothing. Thorolf transferred his farm to his eldest son years ago in exchange for a maintenance agreement, the expectation being that his son would provide care in his declining years. But the maintenance agreement was vague about specifics, and as Thorolf's care needs have increased, he requires help with basic tasks, supervision to prevent him from wandering off or harming himself, constant cleaning and attention. His son's resentment has grown. The household is struggling, even without the added burden of Thorolf's care, and every resource devoted to keeping the old man alive is a resource taken from the children who represent the household's future. The law provides no specific protections for Thorolf beyond the general requirement that his son fulfill the maintenance agreement, which could be interpreted minimally: food enough to prevent starvation, shelter from the elements, but not necessarily comfort, dignity, or the level of care needed to maintain quality of life for someone whose body and mind are failing. The concept of stupa, whether it was a formalized practice or a myth that reflected real pressures, captures the dark logic that governed treatment of the elderly when resources were scarce. The idea is that elderly people who became burdensome would voluntarily jump from cliffs, ending their lives and relieving their families of the obligation to support them, the suicide being framed as a final act of contribution to the family's survival. Whether this ever happened as a systematic practice is uncertain, but what the concept reveals is the truth that Viking society had no place for elderly people who consumed more than they contributed, that the obligation to support aging relatives was real but limited, and that elders who lived too long could find themselves in situations where death might seem preferable to the neglect, isolation, and degradation that awaited them. The law didn't specifically authorise genocide, but it also didn't provide robust protections against the various ways families could make elderly lives unbearable enough that death became a relief or even a reasonable choice. Now we arrive at the spectrum of treatment that elderly people received, ranging from honoured respect to effective abandonment, with most falling somewhere in between based on their family's resources, their own remaining capabilities, and the personalities and morals of those responsible for their care. Some elderly people were cherished, their wisdom valued, their presence honoured even when their physical contributions diminished. These were typically people who had accumulated enough property to ensure their maintenance agreements were taken seriously, who had raised children who felt genuine affection and gratitude, and who perhaps maintained some useful functions, storytelling, advice, supervision of small children, that made them assets rather than pure burdens. But others faced grimmer fates, relegated to outbuildings or corners of the longhouse where they wouldn't interfere with household activities, fed minimal amounts of the least desirable food, their care needs met grudgingly or not at all, their final years marked by isolation, cold, hunger, and the knowledge that they were unwanted, and that their deaths would bring relief to those around them. Consider the specific scenario of an elderly person with advanced dementia who no longer recognises family, who might become violent or resistant to care, who wanders away and gets lost, who can't control bodily functions and requires constant cleaning and supervision. In a modern context, this person might receive specialised care, medication, secure facilities designed for their safety. In Viking society, this person was an impossible burden that families simply couldn't manage, while also maintaining farms and raising children. The law provided no resources for care, no institutions that could help, no alternatives beyond family management of someone whose condition made them dangerous to themselves and exhausting to their caregivers. Some families might have secured such individuals through restraints, effectively imprisoning them to prevent wandering and injury. Others might have provided minimal supervision and simply accepted that the person might wander off and die of exposure, the death being treated as tragic accident rather than deliberate abandonment, even though the lack of adequate supervision made the outcome nearly inevitable. The saga literature occasionally mentions elderly people who went into the woods and were not seen again, phrasing that could describe voluntary withdrawal, accidental death, or deliberate abandonment, the ambiguity perhaps being intentional because admitting to abandonment would be shameful, while accidents required no explanation. The economic calculation behind elder care was explicitly acknowledged in the maintenance agreements that transferred property from aging parents to adult children. These agreements attempted to secure care by making it legally obligatory, but the enforcement mechanisms were limited. If a son failed to provide adequate maintenance to his aged parent, the parent could theoretically complain to the assembly and demand enforcement. But what could an elderly, possibly confused, possibly physically unable to attend assembly person actually do to enforce their rights? The law might theoretically support them, but accessing that legal support required capacity that many elderly people lacked, and adult children who were willing to neglect their parents weren't likely to be deterred by legal threats they knew couldn't be effectively enforced against them. Some maintenance agreements included specific provisions, particular foods, sleeping arrangements, rights to sit in certain household locations, attempting to ensure minimum standards, but these provisions only worked if someone with standing was willing to enforce them on the elderly person's behalf, and often there was no such person. The elder being isolated and without advocates as their children and grandchildren prioritised their own needs over obligations to someone who would soon die anyway. One account describes an elderly woman who had transferred her property to her son with an agreement specifying that she should receive porridge daily, have a place by the fire, and be allowed to keep her favourite spinning wheel to occupy her time. In the first years after the transfer, these terms were honoured, but as the woman aged and became more difficult, demanding, critical, unable to help with household work, her son gradually violated the agreement. The porridge became irregular, served cold or spoiled. Her place by the fire was given to younger family members, and she was moved to a corner where the cold bothered her arthritic joints. Her spinning wheel disappeared, either broken or taken, and no one would admit what happened to it. The woman had no recourse. She couldn't attend assembly to complain. She had no property left to bargain with, and her other children either didn't know about her situation or didn't care enough to intervene. She died within a year of the agreement's obvious violation, the cause being listed as old age, but the reality being that neglect had made her remaining life so miserable that her body simply gave up. The intersection of elderly care with disability creates particularly tragic situations. An elderly person who suffers a stroke or injury that leaves them paralysed or unable to speak becomes both aged and disabled, facing compounded burdens that make them especially likely to receive minimal care. The law made no special provision for such cases, treating them the same as any other maintenance situation, which meant families bore full responsibility for care that was physically demanding, emotionally draining, and economically costly, with no support and no alternatives. Some families rose to this challenge, providing devoted care to aged, disabled relatives out of love or duty. Others did not, and the elderly disabled person's final months or years became a study in neglect and suffering that the law witnessed without intervening because the law's protections were too minimal and too difficult to enforce to make any practical difference. When you reflect on modern debates about elder care, about the obligations of adult children to aging parents, about the strain on families caring for elderly relatives with dementia or disability, about the proposals for death with dignity and assisted suicide for those facing decline they find unbearable, remember that Viking society faced these same questions without our medical technology, social services or institutions designed to support elder care, that the rules governing the elderly were minimal and focused primarily on preventing complete abandonment rather than ensuring quality of life, that the practice or myth of eta stupa reflected real pressures that made elderly life burdensome, and sometimes made death seem like a reasonable choice to both the elderly and their families, and that while we might condemn the harshness of Viking approaches to aging, we should also recognise that they were attempting to solve genuine problems of resource scarcity and care capacity using the only tools available to them, which were primarily family obligation, enforced through minimal legal requirements and social pressure that worked when families were willing but provided no real protection when they were not, leaving many elderly Vikings to face their final years in conditions of neglect, isolation, and desperation that we would find intolerable, but that were simply the reality of growing old in a world where survival was always precarious and where those who could no longer contribute to survival became burdens that law acknowledged but couldn't really protect. And so, dear listener, we arrive at the end of our journey through the strange, harsh, and often disturbing rules that governed Viking society, regulations that made sense only when we understood the brutal world that produced them. We've explored Vergild and blood price, the way Viking law tried to put a price on human life to prevent endless cycles of vengeance. We've examined outlawry, the punishment worse than death that made survival impossible in Scandinavian wilderness. We've confronted the practice of infant exposure, the terrible choice between a child's life and a family's survival. We've seen how thrall law reduced some humans to property, how Holmgang settled disputes through violence, how the Ledang system extracted labour and ships from communities that could barely afford the burden. We've watched marriages dissolve through divorce law that protected property more than people, seen inheritance rules that valued sons over daughters because warfare demanded it, witnessed famine sharing that saved lives while creating dependencies. We've explored guest rights that imposed crushing obligations, grazing disputes that could escalate to murder, feud laws that tried to limit violence while permitting revenge, and assembly requirements that enforced participation while concentrating power. We've examined maritime salvage rules that created tensions between rescue and profit, winter quarter laws that turned hospitality into legal obligation, communal labour that built infrastructure while exploiting the poor, honour laws that made words as dangerous as weapons, and religious requirements that use force to transform belief. We've seen disability laws that measured human worth by productivity, mental illness laws that prescribed confinement and abuse, debt bondage that turned financial crisis into permanent enslavement, trading fraud that exploited desperation, childbirth mortality that claimed women's lives in service of reproduction, burial customs that protected the dead only while the living were watching, and elder care rules that provided minimal protection for those who had outlived their usefulness. These weren't arbitrary cruelties or the products of a society that valued suffering for its own sake. These were sophisticated legal technologies designed to solve specific problems: how to prevent blood feuds from depopulating regions, how to manage scarce resources when there wasn't enough for everyone, how to maintain social order without police or prisons, how to incentivize cooperation in communities where defection meant collective death, how to balance individual rights against collective survival when survival was never guaranteed. The rules were weird precisely because the problems they addressed were extreme, because the Viking world was harsh in ways we can barely imagine, because every regulation we've examined was someone's attempt to create order and predictability in circumstances where disorder meant death. The modern parallels are worth considering, not because Viking law should be a model for anything, but because the fundamental tensions it addressed persist. How to balance individual freedom against collective needs, how to manage scarcity and determine who gets resources when there isn't enough for everyone, how to create systems that protect the vulnerable while incentivizing productivity, how to enforce rules when enforcement is costly and imperfect, how to value human life and dignity when economic pressures push toward utilitarian calculations. We've solved many of these problems differently, with institutions and abundance that Vikings couldn't imagine, but the underlying questions remain, and examining how a society without our resources approached them reveals both how far we've come and how fragile our solutions might be if circumstances changed. As we prepare to let you drift towards sleep, I want to express gratitude for your attention through this long exploration of historical hardship. The Viking rules we've examined tonight were born from necessity, shaped by scarcity, and enforced through mechanisms that mixed law with social pressure, religious fear, and the constant threat of violence. They created a society that functioned, that survived in an environment where survival was uncertain, that developed trading networks and cultural achievements despite, or perhaps because of the harshness of its foundational rules. But they also created immense suffering, particularly for those who were vulnerable, the poor who fell into debt bondage, the disabled who were measured only by productivity, the women who died in childbirth, the elderly who became burdens, the thralls who were property, the mentally ill who were confined and abused. The law provided some protections, some mechanisms for justice, some limits on the strong's ability to exploit the weak, but those protections were minimal and often ineffective, accessible primarily to those who already had status and resources, leaving many to survive or perish without the law's meaningful protection. If there's a lesson in tonight's material, perhaps it's this. Law is a tool that reflects the values and resources of the society that creates it, and while it can serve justice, it can also serve power, often simultaneously. Viking law served both, creating frameworks that prevented complete chaos while systematically favouring those who already had advantages, punishing poverty as moral failure, treating vulnerability as something to be managed rather than protected, and accepting levels of suffering that we would find intolerable as simply the cost of survival in a harsh world. We've moved beyond much of this harshness, but examining it reminds us that our current protections aren't inevitable or automatic, that they depend on abundance and institutional capacity that could change, and that the fundamental human tendency to create rules that serve the powerful while claiming to protect everyone is something each generation must resist consciously, rather than assuming our law is somehow immune to the dynamics that shaped Viking legal codes. Thank you for listening, for staying with this dark material, for your curiosity about the unglamorous realities that popular culture usually ignores. If you found value in this exploration, I'd be grateful if you'd subscribe to continue these journeys together. And now, let's ease you towards sleep. Picture, if you will, the sun setting over a Norwegian fjord, the water reflecting the last light of day in shades of silver and grey, the mountains dark against a sky that gradates from pale blue to deepening purple. The scattered farmsteads are settling in for the evening, smoke rising from long houses where families gather around fires. The day's work finished, the night's cold beginning to assert itself. Somewhere in that landscape, the people we've discussed tonight are living their lives according to the rules we've examined, the rules that seem so strange to us, but that were simply the framework of existence for them. The farmer calculating whether he can afford another mouth to feed, the outlaw shivering in the forest, the thrall doing one more day's work without hope of freedom, the widow negotiating her late husband's debts, the elderly person sitting in the corner wondering how much longer they'll be tolerated, the young mother hoping she'll survive childbirth, the debtor feeling the weight of obligations he can't meet, the trader hoping the goods he's selling are as represented, the family burying their father with goods they might later need to dig up. All of these people living under rules that made sense in their context, that solved real problems however imperfectly, that created the possibility of order in a world that tended toward chaos. As the darkness deepens over that imagined fjord, as the fires burn down to embers and the households settle into sleep, as the long northern night begins its slow passage toward another day of survival and struggle, let yourself drift away from the Viking world and back to your own bed, your own safety, your own time where the rules are different and the protections more robust, where sleep comes without fear of raiders or outlaws, where tomorrow doesn't necessarily bring hardship or violence, where law serves imperfectly but at least aspires to justice in ways Viking law often didn't. Let the weight of all this history settle into background. Let your breathing slow. Let your muscles relax. Let the darkness behind your eyelids become complete. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own world, but tonight, drift off knowing that humans have survived much worse than whatever concerns occupy your waking mind. That the strange Viking rules we've explored existed because people needed them to navigate circumstances we can barely imagine. And that sleep, at least, is a universal human need that Vikings and moderns share, a nightly escape from whatever rules govern our waking hours. Sleep well, dear listener. Sleep deeply. Let the boring history of Viking rules fade into dreams or into nothing, as you find the rest you came here seeking. Good night.